Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 13th edition of the DSCI's Best Practices Meet 2021. We'd like to extend a very warm welcome and cordial welcome to all of our esteemed guests, delegates, speakers, sponsors, partners, and exhibitors who have joined us live today. Well, it's been a truly enriching experience to witness BPM's journey of covering the critical technology themes over the span of 12 years. This decade is anticipated to be a watershed for digital technologies, wherein a multitude of innovations shall kick in. With this context in mind, we've kept a theme for this year's BPM as the security decade, enabling digital innovations of this decade. These two days of BPM will host over 100 speakers and 40 plus sessions, including plenaries, keynotes, parallel tracks, masterclass, and panel discussions that could cover key areas such as distributed cybersecurity, high speed data transfer, and security, app modernization, SecOps, and data ops. 5G private networks is what we are going to be talking about, IoT applications, crypto security, and much more. With this, I'd like to once again extend a welcome to all of you to BPM 2021, and we hope that it turns out to be a great experience for all of you. Well, before we begin, a few important announcements. Please use the virtual photo booth option to click photos and share your experiences on social media using the official hashtag BPM 2021. You can also tag DSCI at DSCI underscore connect on Twitter. Please visit the exhibition booths to know the latest technologies, the service offerings, and security solutions by our exhibitors. You can also watch the conference live on our DSCI LinkedIn and YouTube channel, but the platform provides a host of other options as well. Therefore, we request your peers to register on the go and attend sessions throughout the 2 days. Get profiled on the Best Practices Meet 2021 leaderboard. The top 5 attendees, I must tell you, will be standing a chance to win a free subscription of 1 year for the NCOE utility tools worth 45,000, such as GitHub, Global Investment in India, and Cybersecurity Research Network. Lastly, you may visit the help desk for platform related support, and our team will get back to you, will assist you. We'd like to sincerely thank all of our sponsors and partners at the beginning, all of our exhibitors for their continued support. Our platinum sponsor is Zoom. Our gold sponsors, Checkpoint Software Technologies Limited, Palo Alto Networks, and Target. Our silver sponsors are Ardent Privacy, Keysight Technologies. Our masterclass partner is Tenable. Our diversity partner is Target. Community partner is Vices India. And exhibitors, Cybele and Secute. We hope you enjoyed and found the masterclass sessions useful and innovative, which were conducted by Palo Alto Networks and Checkpoint in the morning. And without any further ado, let us now begin the proceedings of the day. Kindly note that all participants, except for the speakers and panelists, will be in listen-in mode only. So please use the questions feature on the right-hand side of your window to ask questions throughout the sessions. I'd like to first of all invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, who is CEO of DSCI, to welcome the audience and to kindly set the tone for our inaugural, that is the 13th edition of the Best Practices Meet. And with that, over to you, Rama.
Thank you, Samriddhi. First of all, a warm welcome to all the delegates and speakers and partners to this Best Practices Meet, our 13th edition, with a very interesting or pertinent theme, Security Decade and Enabling Digital Innovations. If first of all, at the outset, I would like to compliment and thank all the security privacy professionals in the industry, CISOs and their teams, and anybody who's an information security professional for the last 1 year. If the world moved to virtual and almost every service moved online and digital, leveraging the cloud and the mobile platforms, if there is a force of warriors who have enabled this entire world and particularly India shifting to this virtual mode, I think the cybersecurity professionals and the CISOs and the teams played a really an overarching role. So anything where digital, any service which moved online, I think there is we need to take pride as a cybersecurity community and a privacy community to be able to enable this shift. So first, follow huge kudos to each one of you who's attending this conference and the wider teams that you represent. So thank you for all the efforts in the last 1.5 years, despite all the challenges that we've been facing due to COVID. Security decade, digital innovations. While there has been a big digital momentum and digitization, a very comprehensive digitization strategy, which actually has got accelerated in the last 1.5 years post COVID, particularly in India too. And when you look at this, if there is any showstopper to the momentum that the industry has built across all various verticals, leveraging digital technologies and emerging technologies, if there is any single showstopper which can pause this momentum, it is the cyber risk. And that's why we've said the next decade is all about how do we get our arms around the cyber risk, and how do we mitigate the risk, how do we prevent the risk, and how do we continuously innovate new technology solutions to be able to keep the cyber criminals at bay, and also look at the new technologies that are needed to be able to deal with the emerging technologies that are really getting mainstreamed at a rapid pace. That's the reason for which the theme is called Security Decade, and also because we are at 2021. Since we met in annual Information Security Summit, there's a lot that has been happening from DSCI. I really thank each one of you who have contributed to many of our forums and programs, and participated in several of the webinars and the deep dive sessions. Our National Center of Excellence and the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence in Hyderabad has really been handholding several startups to be able to, or several early stage startups to be able to not only build cutting edge technology solutions, but also to be able to go to market and get that kind of investor mind share, and get opportunities to do POCs with customers and take their product to market. And several of them have had a success story of even filing patents. So, and both the centers have been doing a lot of capacity building on deep tech areas. And many of the themes of this conference is also, whether we have on the supply chain security, where there are some sessions around IoT and 5G security. In many of these deep dive areas, we've been able to get deeper into this thanks to participation not only from the large industry members and startups, but very rich collaborations with academia. Several premier academic institutions have been partnering with us. You're familiar with the deep dive that we have done with the crypto innovation series. That wouldn't have been possible for the DSCI team to do unless there were specialists joining us on our platform, right, both from academia and industry. So because of this community, which the partnership that is happening now increasingly between the young innovators, the large enterprises, and the CISOs of various critical information infrastructure verticals, and most importantly academics collaborating with on programs of DSCI, we are really able to go deep dive into several disciplines of cybersecurity and data protection and privacy. And my team and I would like to really express our gratitude for your collaboration and the time that you give to us. This best practices meet. Typically, it used to happen in Bangalore. This is the first one which went virtual last year after the COVID outbreak. This year, we almost have about 110 plus speakers. And particularly for me as a lady, it's very heartwarming to hear that more than 30 or close to 33 women leaders from cybersecurity, privacy, and several deep tech areas from academia are actually coming as speakers and being able to share their knowledge and insights with the audience at DSCI. So those Women in Security has been one of our initiatives. A flagship program like Cyber Siksha has been really getting a lot of traction in the last years, getting women professionals from several tier 2, tier 3 cities, and training them in cyber and getting them into the workforce, so that we see more women talent coming into cyber. One program again, which has been very close to the heart of the DSCI team, is coming up with this program called Women on Break, where we did a deep dive module in privacy, so that women, for whatever reason, families, young children, they've taken a break from their professional careers. be able to resume their careers and take up a profession or take up a career in privacy. We had a women in break program where they underwent, all most of them were people who were taking a break after 4, 7, or 10 years of work ex. They underwent this program, and many of them have got placed, and we are extremely pleased about this support from the industry, where many of these young women professionals are able to resume their careers. In the last 1 year, particularly post AISs, because that's when we met last in a large format conference of DSCI, the cyber risk is significantly getting accentuated. While critical information infrastructures sectors were always under attack, what we are beginning to see now is healthcare and pharma sectors being targets of a lot of cyber attacks, and particularly ransomware and ransomware as service. There are several sessions in this conference which is really putting a lot of focus around the menace of ransomware and how do we as information security professionals deal with that. And the phishing campaigns to target gullible users, end users, and citizens who are probably going online for the first time, that's continuing to go. But the biggest problem that large enterprises and our industry members are facing is the new facets of supply chain security. We've always seen supply chain security from a perspective of hardware, software, products having those vulnerabilities, and there could be some challenges when you integrate them with your enterprise networks. But increasingly, we are beginning to see that when we look at the supply chain risk, the services aspect of it, and service providers and services companies becoming targets to amplify the attack and amplify the breach across their target customer segments. So now when we look at supply chain security, it's not just the hardware, software products and devices, and we look at the entire digital ecosystem that plans the enterprise IT infrastructure. But increasingly, our industry members and the providers of cybersecurity are waking up to the challenge of services companies being targets for a breach, not to be able to just attack that company, but to be able to amplify the attack to the customers that they service. And there's a lot of deliberations and discussions that is happening between the security industry and the large user enterprises, and there are sessions around that in this conference. Given that we are doing this best practices meet in 2021, there are very good sessions on what is the evolving role of CISO in 20 by 2025. In fact, the next inaugural plenary, some of the brightest of the CISOs of the industry are doing a plenary session on that. When we talk about the evolving role of the CISO, increasingly the CISO is no longer a technical manager or a senior leader in the company, but it's pretty much the one who's going to enable the digitization strategy of that company and manage that cyber risk. And we are beginning to see them as a larger enterprise risk player, and the boards relying on them. One thing that we have noticed in the last 1 year, and also since January, is the heightened board and regulators' attention and government's attention to cyber risk and mitigating the risk and making sure that the necessary capacity building and the technology investments are being made in every sector. We are seeing that across sectors, whether it's in oil and gas, banking, insurance, now in healthcare. DSCI team particularly is extremely privileged to be able to partner and support the healthcare industry, which has anyway been so bogged down dealing with the pandemic and pretty much a health emergency in the country. But almost 100 CIOs and CXOs of healthcare sector, from Chime, which is a nodal a body of technology professionals or technology leaders of healthcare, where we are actually doing a program around cybersecurity and privacy strategy for healthcare. We are also going deeper in supporting the healthcare industry. Many of you all are familiar, privacy is extremely core to our charter, and we've had the DSCI privacy framework. Now, as the country gets prepared or geared up for the data protection law sooner than later, we are going deep dive at a sectoral level. In fact, in this conference, we are launching tomorrow healthcare sector privacy framework at a sectoral level, which is a privacy guide for healthcare. And we believe that this guide would be a starter for the privacy or the CIO and CPO teams of large public and both private sector healthcare hospitals. While it's getting launched in this conference, we hope to do a lot of deep dive workshops for these privacy professionals servicing the healthcare sector or working in the healthcare sector. This is so we plan to go a little deeper. We've been doing that in the healthcare, in the cybersecurity side, whether it's in the banking or oil and gas or working with government sectors and other sectors. We're hoping to do that in the privacy. I think there is increased attention about gearing up or stepping up your privacy readiness. I think the security readiness is already gets the required attention, but how do you accelerate the attention to privacy and the preparedness? Not just because the law is going to come up sooner than later, but more importantly, to be able to build that consumer trust and build the trust of government regulators and the users of of our digital platforms and services. So we've also recently launched this privacy spotlight series so that on an ongoing basis we can engage with the privacy professional community, privacy leaders, several DPOs who are emerging in every enterprise, and not only in IT, banking, but almost every other sector. So that's another thing that we had launched. You're aware that we've had the opportunity to partner with Ministry of IT on this mega grand challenge to be able to spur the innovation in cyber. We have completed that entire round, and I think we're just going to. We are awaiting, to be able to announce the winners. But the entire cycle of the grand challenge, and I compliment all the startups who, despite the pandemic and the constraints of their teams and families, participated in the grand challenge across idea, MVP, and the final stage. And finally, we had 5 startups, of which 3 will be declared winners by METI, maybe anytime soon in the next 2 to 3 weeks time frame. This is another big initiative. You're familiar with the cybersecurity, the CCITR as we call it, which is a center for a forensic center that we have in Bangalore. Recently, we had an opportunity to partner with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator's Office to be able to host India's first BRICS Forensic Summit. We had participants from all the BRICS countries. It was an extremely, it was first a good technical session, but it was also about as dealing with the challenges of cybercrime, how do we build the forensics capability to be able to address that, and is there an opportunity to have an harmonized approach to forensics and cybercrime investigation across these big BRICS countries. So those were the deliberations. We had Deputy NSA, NCSC, and also Secretary Mr. Sani participate in the inaugural, and several forensic professionals from all the BRICS countries. An interesting thing is that this BRICS summit also highlighted the need for a code of ethics and a professional code of ethics for forensic professionals, so that as investigations happen, the forensic professionals are also sensitive to the privacy requirements of the users whom they are investigating. So several such discussions has happened, and I'm sure the NCSC office along with the BRICS secretariat will be looking at it, and this is an opportunity for forensic professionals to work with the CCR team in Bangalore to be able to elaborate on that. So several themes in this conference will be looking at the deep dive areas. I think it's spanned over 2 days. There are several master classes, and I would like to thank all the 100 plus 110 plus speakers who are actually enriching this session. There are a couple of other launches that we'll be doing. I already talked about the privacy healthcare guide. There's a privacy application challenge, because when we look at privacy, I think we need to look at technology development for privacy as we move forward. So this challenge, along with our use case clearinghouse, is looking at 5 or 6 use cases on which technology solutions can be built. We are also launching a report in partnership with Pricewaterhouse on evolving cybersecurity priorities in India, after based on a survey that we did of 100 plus CXOs. So it's a very action-packed sessions. Thank you all for joining us, and welcome to the 13th edition of Best Practices Meet.
Well, thank you, Rama, for the warm inaugural address and setting the tone of the conference. We have the honor of having with us Shri Ajay Sahani now, who's the Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Shri Sahani belongs to the Indian Administrative Service, and in the Government of India, he's worked as the President and the CEO of the National E-Governance Division, which assists the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology in the implementation of the National E-Governance Plan, and as the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas before his current role as Secretary Mighty. So we welcome you, sir, on our today's program. And without any further ado, may I request you to please deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Samriddhi, and a very good morning to Rama Vedashri, the entire team from DSCI that has diligently put this entire event together. All the delegates, all the participants who have joined in. It's a great pleasure for me to be a part of the 13th annual Best Practices Meet organized by the DSCI. During the pandemic, we have seen how important cyberspace has been to all of us. We were able to move very quickly from what could have been a debilitating situation of the lockdown to being able to continue working within the government, continue the services that governments need to provide to citizens. The industry in particular was, and our industry is not an ordinary industry. It has marquee clients from across the globe. Our industry was able to continue providing services to its global clients, even at a time when 97 to 98% of their employees were working from home, almost in an uninterrupted manner. This was something quite extraordinary, and this has continued through the further waves of the epidemic as well. We were able to, with the help of the enormous talent that we have in the cyberspace, in the IT space, in software product space. We were also able to come up with Arogya Setu, an app that was done by volunteers that were basically working from their homes in a collaborative manner alongside the government. And this app, the contact tracing app, has gone on through this period to go to almost 20 crore downloads by this time. After that, we've had CoWIN making its contribution to the vaccination drive. There was a time when there were difficulties because of the non-availability of vaccine. But we have gone through all of that, and more than 50 crore doses of vaccine have been administered through this CoWIN app, whose source code is basically available on the on our open source platforms. And India has also offered this to a number of other countries that need to organize their vaccination in a similar confident manner. Not only are we able to offer the vaccination services, laying your hands on your vaccination certificate has become exceptionally easy. The moment your vaccine is administered through CoWIN or through Arogya Setu, you can also see your vaccination certificate. We do recognize one thing, that as we move from applications that used to impact thousands or lakhs of people to crores and now tens of crores of people, cybersecurity becomes paramount. it's extremely important that as we become more and more dependent on software systems, on hardware devices, on solutions that practically help us in every walk of our lives, that we also design and build the security elements into these applications. More than just design and building in of the cybersecurity framework into the applications, it's much more a matter of discipline and a matter of following the best practices. So, an event like this gives us an extremely valuable opportunity to understand from the professionals, from the experts, what are the new challenges that have emerged, what are the solutions that have emerged to existing challenges as well as the new challenges, what issues do we look out for, how do we prepare ourselves and our organizations to deal with these issues, how do we learn from those that have actually faced difficulties or have warded off the difficulties on account of their preparedness. What is that level of preparedness that we must aim to reach? The very first aspect is of adoption of the information security management system best practices, basically starting from ISO to 27001 and building on that with reference to your domain, your organization, your specific requirements. Within the government, we are also having CISOs in each of the ministries, in the state governments. We have issued and published the roles and responsibilities of CISOs. We continue to engage with them, take them through events like this, and also if help them with various tools and services that they can effectively deploy in their area of interest. There's been one very good news for India in the global cybersecurity index for the year 2020. This ranks countries, 194 countries in the world, on their cybersecurity preparedness and practices. It's remarkable that India, that was earlier ranked 47th, has jumped 37 positions to be currently ranked at number 10 in the world and number 4 in the Asia Pacific region. Your participation, your contribution, alongside what has been done by the government, has gone to help us achieve this massive jump. However, in cybersecurity, there's a lot more to do. We have been able to earn 20 out of 20 points in 3 measures of the Global Cybersecurity Index, namely on legal measures, on capacity building measures, on cooperation measures, out of the 5 measures that go into the index. We still need to improve significantly on technical measures and organizational measures to further improve our position in the Global Cybersecurity Index. I hope that DSCI will also do a deep dive into what goes into this index and help us, number one, improve our position further. Number two, should we also evolve something similar across the states and organizations for ourselves? If there is this kind of an index that has an impact in encouraging organizations to follow the best practices, to invest in cybersecurity tools and measures, to keep building their own capacity to deal with issues. It is good news for all of us, because all of us are increasingly living our lives apart from the physical space. I think we are living our lives partly in the cyberspace today. And the part of our lives that we live in the cyberspace today is increasing day by day. Our data, our memories, our ability to compute or analyze the situation around us, our ability to intervene, our ability to run our internal systems, our ability to provide services to all those who depend on our IT services. All of these increasingly depend on cyberspace. So it's essential that we keep strengthening the legal framework, we keep strengthening our awareness and knowledge and expertise in the different areas that impact us. We have seen instances, for instance, of ransomware. These can be very debilitating for organizations. And we have seen huge operations come to a standstill because of such instances. How do we learn from what has been happening? How do we prepare for the challenges which are emerging? With the new technologies that are coming in, the attack surface is expanding very rapidly. Every mobile phone that we carry has a huge attack surface. Every laptop, desktop, or connected device that we make use of also adds to the attack surface. It adds to the vulnerability. So it's very important that we not only understand the existing vulnerabilities, we also understand what each of the new technologies is bringing in. 4G moving on to 5G, various aspects of artificial intelligence, and a little later, not right away, but sometime later, the quantum computing paradigm will bring in huge, huge new challenges. The issues around encryption and breaking of encryption, the entire way that we organize ourselves, making use of encryption, sometimes shying away from encryption because we feel that some of the applications where we when we try to use encryption, the general feeling is that it slows us down or it slows down the system. How do we learn from the best where this can become a part of the design, this can be implemented without impacting the performance of our systems adversely? I think these are some of the points that I wanted to mention. We have, with the help of DSCI, we have run a grand challenge in cybersecurity. This is almost at its final stage now. Very shortly, I hope that we'll be able to announce the winners. Apart from the winners, a number of participants have sailed all this way along with us. I'm quite certain that not just the winners, but many of the participants will go on to make their mark, create a big name for themselves in the world of cybersecurity. India is the place where there is action. This is India's decade. One after the other, we are creating nationwide domain platforms. We are not just creating service applications, we are not just creating products, we are currently engaged in creating nationwide platforms. How is a platform different from the kind of applications and products that we used to focus on earlier? The very first thing that a platform does is that we move away from the concept of government providing its services to the citizens to a slightly different paradigm where government at the central, state, city, and local level, all of the governments join up in one platform in a seamless way, organize the data and the services very well in a systematic manner, and make the opportunity available to startups and to the industry to join up with the government in providing their value added services alongside the government services. We have seen such a thing happen in case of Aadhaar. Aadhaar is our very first and flagship national public digital platform. It's not just the core database that matters. It is the ecosystem that we have been able to construct around that. An ecosystem of partners, partner organizations by various names that facilitate the use of, confident use of Aadhaar by banking, by telecom, by many, many other sectors. Our second national public digital platform has been UPI, constructed on top of the core banking system that had already been implemented in across banks in India. UPI is a relatively thin layer of APIs being pulled from core banking and making suitable APIs available to payment service providers. By constructing such a platform, it became possible for the modern payment service providers to cater to all of India in one stroke. So the best among them, the ones that had the finest technology, the ones that were able to do it at exceptionally low cost or no cost basis to the customers, the ones who were able to compete on features and functionality, convenience to the users, were able to grow at an exponential pace. And this is a perfect example of what a national public digital platform is able to do. Other platforms that we have been able to come up with include GSTN with its Waybills system. Soon there will be an invoice matching system. On one side, it strengthens the taxation system of the country. On the other side, it also provides enormous amount of data which can potentially be leveraged to extend credit, easy credit to all the taxpayers whose, how many waybills they are generating, how much goods they are actually moving. That becomes evidence-based, and it's easy for financiers to lend to such entities. Similar efforts are now going on in the area of healthcare. I'm very happy to hear from Rama that you would be doing a deep dive into the cybersecurity practices required in healthcare. Similar work is now going on in education, in agriculture, in smart cities, and in many other domains. As we come up with these nationwide domain platforms, we will need much more of cybersecurity cover. We will need more professionals. We will need more solutions. We will need to keep pace with those that try to harm the system. We are very fortunate in India that we have abundant talent, and we bank on all of you to participate in this enormous effort. Cybersecurity used to be or has been considered for a long time as one of the optional things. A small part of cybersecurity was considered mandatory, but a good part of cybersecurity has always been treated as an option. I think we are moving quickly to a situation where a much larger part of the cybersecurity cover will get treated as a mandatory requirement, as important to us and our systems as the annual maintenance contract. This is a fabulous opportunity for our professionals, our companies to take the lead. Let us not just copy what the rest of the world has been doing. Please recognize that today in India, we are the pioneers in building nationwide platforms. The moment we build a nationwide platform, by definition, it caters to about 1/6 of the humanity. So, moving on to serve a global audience is just not even a 10x after that. Let's take this opportunity to dive deep into the opportunities, into the threat space, into the opportunity space, and then build products and deploy them within India. Because India is where the platforms that will act as engines of products and services tomorrow are currently taking shape here. I hope that DSCI will facilitate your getting wonderful insights into this very interesting world, and that you will all join in this exciting journey, which is now yielding Soonicorns and unicorns. It's almost, it used to be very few. Now I think it's almost every month we have a shower of Soonicorns and unicorns. And I hope that many of you will go on to join that brigade. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And once again, my congratulations to and compliments to Rama and her team for putting together this best practice sharing event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable insights, for that very comprehensive inaugural address. This has indeed set the right pace for our today's program, that we have planned for all of our viewers today. And now we're going to start with the plenary session. Without any further ado, I'd like to request all of our plenary speakers to kindly join us backstage, and we are going to start in just a moment. Moving on to the first the plenary session of the day, we have an eclectic line of speakers deliberating on the topic CISO 2025, strategist, techie, operations focused, or business enabler. Well, the CISO roles have matured to help business executives to take informed business decisions, and CISO roles are now in amalgamation of technology expertise, operations, and strategic thinking. This plenary session shall be deliberating on how the CISO role would be in 2025, and what would it be defining parameters of this critical role. To discuss this forward, we have an esteemed panel joining us this afternoon. Mr. Vishal Salvi, CISO and Head of Cyber Practice at Infosys, will be talking to us. Mr. Sameer Raje, who is General Manager and Head of India Zoom Video Communications, is also on the panel this afternoon. And Mr. Uday Deshpande, CISO at L&T Group of Companies, will also be talking to us. To moderate the session, I'd like to request Mr. Forum Mehta, Senior Director APAC, CISO at PayPal, and Mr. Mehta would be setting the tone of the session, and other panel members will, after that, join us as per the flow of the discussion. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand it over to you, Mr. Mehta, and over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks a lot once again for taking the time to attend BPM 2021. In interest of time, let me just get right into it. It's, as you heard, we have an amazing set of panelists gathered together to share not just their journey and their experience, but also generally kind of make sense of the trends that we've been observing as to how the role of the CISO vis-a-vis the industry that we call now as cybersecurity, that started as compliance or information security, and it'll continue into who knows what, continues to transform into a cost center to a business enabler. To get us started, I'll just, as I mentioned, just jump right into the questions. And the first one I'll ask to Vishal. Vishal, as I mentioned, we started about a couple of decades ago with the first CISO roles being really defined out of necessity by folks that were asked to take the role either from a general management role, either IT generally, or compliance areas. And now we've reached an era where the specialized CISO are seeing that, more and more responsibilities are being kind of put on their list of things to take care of, whether it is risk, whether it is fraud, whether it is physical security, and so much more. So based on your journey, where you started and where you've come from, it'd be nice to share some of the anecdotes and what you see as the true transformation that is taking shape in the role that we all still call as CISO.
Okay, thank you so much, Puram, and good afternoon to all of you, and wish you all a good event. It's basically, it's been a fascinating journey for me specifically because, it's interesting again that you mentioned about 2 decades. That's exactly how my career has panned out in the last 2 decades in cybersecurity. And we know that in those days, we sort of got into cybersecurity not by design but almost by accident, because it was not really a career stream and it was not a well-defined role per se. And so we were obviously sort of shooting in the dark, so to say, when we actually kind of got into this profession. But we not really looked back after that, and for a large part of my career in the initial days, I was just thinking that I was going to go back to line, and go back to IT leadership roles. And it's only when, I've done this role for 6-7 years that I realized that, I think this is really a good career option, because, there's never a dull day and there's always something to do and create value. But since then, I think specifically from a cybersecurity profession point of view, it's not been a sort of a dramatic transformation. It's been a consistent, ongoing transformation for the last 2 decades, where every time, every year, as the technology has evolved, as the frauds have evolved, as the threat actors have evolved, the profession itself has evolved, right? And so it's obviously now become very mainstream. And so when you look at a CISO role today, it's all about leadership qualities, the executive presence, the ability to create a strategy, the ability to be able to give a vision to your team, to lead them into a direction that all needs to really focus on. And then the very important aspect of engaging your stakeholders and influencing them in a very meaningful way, because in today's day and age, it's not about my problem is bigger than yours. It's about coexistence, right? It's about really trying to make the other party really come on board towards the cause of cybersecurity. And I've said this in past that cybersecurity profession is a catalyst to the larger change that you want to drive within an organization, right? But I think you have now become a very important ingredient to that change. So I think therefore it really touches on various behavioral and technical elements uh, for a CISO to really be able to juggle all of these things and put all of them together in perspective, and be able to consistently add value to your organization. And bear in mind, it also needs to not go overboard, because if you go overboard, you start really consuming resources and energy of the organization, and start stifling the business, in a way. So the balance is very, very important. And it's really fascinating, in terms of how the role has evolved.
Spot on, Vishal. So let me kind of pick that up and ask you that, being a CISO at a business that probably has gone through the transformation that Vishal spoke about, and then being in the CISO role, from a permission authority to an enablement advisor to the business on how their digital transformation kind of continues, the journey continues, while keeping the risk that the organization can take within the appetite, within the traditional playbooks, if you will, of a business that is pretty mature, pretty large, trying to do a lot of things, and leverage the technology advancements that are coming without increasing the risk too much. How do you find that balance that Vishal spoke about, and in your day-to-day roles as a CISO? Hi, Uday. Sorry, there must be some technical difficulty, but looks like you're on mute now.
Oh, okay. Are you able to
All
hear
right,
me?
perfect.
Okay, sorry. So the thing is that, like Vishal has said, this role has become more of strategic in nature rather than operational and technology in nature. Because now the CISO has to, on a continual basis, identify and align with the business what kind of key products, processes, and technologies are getting introduced within the environment, and he has to articulate through qualitative and quantitative matrices on how the information security has been improved within the organization, how the risk posture has actually uh, gone better on from time to time, because this posture is basically going to result, or basically is going to contribute to improved customer and stakeholder confidence. It is going to reduce the overall regulatory burden, also increase the customer and trust and reliability within the business partners, and in general this is all going to contribute to the enhanced reputation and brand enhancement of the company or the organization. So the role has become very, very strategic in nature. The value which is going to come through this function is also become of very, very significant importance. So from that perspective, it is very important for the CISO to align with all the key stakeholders and continuously give the risk posture picture to senior management on a regular basis, and also to the stakeholders. Another area where he can, significantly provide a value is basically that the CISO has to engage himself at an early stage as far as the other initiatives are concerned, such as merger acquisitions are happening, or new bids or proposals are happening to the government or any other agencies, or new products are new technologies are getting developed within the organization, where the CISO involvement is very crucial right from the beginning itself. So if the CISO gets involved from the beginning, he will be able to identify the risks at the early stage, and he'll be in a better position to give his perspective to reduce those risks. So that from that perspective, CISO can add a lot of value in the initial stage. Last and not the least is, CISO has to become very, very aware of who the stakeholders are, who the end users are as far as those technologies are concerned. So he can increase the awareness from a contextual manner. So there are two sides. One is basically a generic user awareness, and second is the awareness in a more contextual manner, because he has to protect the crown jewels. And in that regards, whether it is design department or the proposal or the department which creates the quarterly or annual results, it is important for him to give the specific guidances in an early stage to those departments, so that those important data can be protected, so that the organization gets protected from those damages which can damage the reputation of the company, or get into the financial losses. So these are very, very specific areas where CISO can get early engagement and then provide the business value. So that is what my take in this regard.
Okay, thanks for that. So coming to you, Samir, in a lot of ways, right? No session today, no best practice playbook can be complete without talking about COVID's impact on it. And in a lot of ways, obviously, your business and how it redefines how collaboration happens, how productivity is measured in a lot of these organizations. You've had I think, a front seat view into how organizations have changed. So share us some of your perspectives on how CISO's role, right? I mean, it changed overnight as well when they had to provision laptops, access remotely, but with everything moving digital, it was also a lot of good opportunity for businesses that could engage into these type of transformations of their workforce and their business to truly kind of accelerate the growth projects that they wanted to do. So maybe share from your perspective, how do you see the CISO role coming into whether working with the other CXOs, CIOs, and enabling the collaboration without while keeping the insider threat, the new threat landscape evolution in mind?
Sure. Thank you so much, Param. And first and foremost, it's a pleasure to meet you all, and thank you for having me here. So, I think I would second what Uday and Vishal just mentioned. Right, there are a couple of key pointers, if I may say that, in both Vishal and Uday mentioned. The role has become more strategic, and there is more of partnering with the businesses. And if I have to take one step behind, and even before the COVID or the pandemic started, the organizations had already started transforming themselves towards an employee experience or being more customer centric. So it was all about EX and CX. And when the world has changed in this pandemic, it has become more and more focused on employees and the customers and how we deliver value. So in that context, I think first and foremost, the CISOs have now started partnering more with businesses rather than, being just if I may say, like an authority to keep a watch on what's going on, right? So today, it's no longer a situation where a CISO can say that, hey, you know what, this tool is is good enough, it's approved by us, and it has to be used. Rather, it is more towards, okay, what's working at the ground level? Is it acceptable by the business? Is it acceptable by the customers? And does it meet the organization security standards and parameters? It's a marriage of both. Before, it was more of a top-down approach where, okay, this is approved, this is what needs to be done, and go ahead and live with it. So that was it. And over a period of time, that has changed. Now it is more business centric. Now the second thing during the COVID which has happened is, employees are working from home in a remote environment, and especially when the tools which have been offered to them do not work, they end up finding their own ways. That has caused a massive problem. This challenge, especially if I may say, puts the responsibility on the employees to a very great extent, where they are the CISOs of their own personal office space. And as a CISO of an organization needs to look down on each of these separate silos or offices at their residences and ensure that the employee is doing the right things, using the right tools, and not you know violating or going beyond the protocols by using some personal space. Like, for example, something is not working in collaboration, you end up using some other tools to collaborate with your customers. Now, that can really put not only your devices, but entire organization at risk. So, is the collaboration tool really working for the employee when he or she is working from home? Well, that is something. So, that's where the partnering element has come in. So, to summarize, couple of aspects. First is more about the employee as well as the customer centric experience. And CISOs today, and as they are becoming more and more strategic, the importance of partnering with the businesses to ensure that the ground level realities are met and the solution which is offered functions really at the ground level. That's the key, and that's a major change which has happened over the last while.
Gotcha, Samir. So, while it was nice to walk through the journey from past and to the present, and seeing, especially right now, what's happening, let's talk a little bit about the future. Maybe start with you, Vishal, and would love for Uday and Samir to jump in. If I were to ask you a couple of years ago, what keeps you up at night, you'd name some threat vectors, some of the new attacks and other things. If I were to look at just generally what are some of your top priorities, I think regulations to some extent, cross-border impact, and how geopolitics to some extent would be top of the mind as well. Looking at what's been happening, especially based on ransomware and how it is transforming the entire I think view that a lot of CISOs and the businesses take. I mean, in Colonial's case, we saw that a bunch of investors sue by name the CEO and the CISO and a couple of board directors, directly as people responsible for the losses that occurred. How do you think of the evolution of the role as the personal accountability and the visibility from an organization kind of increases at that level?
Yeah, I think there are some 2-3 important points that are in that question. I mean, the first one is in terms of ransomware obviously takes the first 10 positions before we start talking about other threats right now, because that is top of the mind for everyone. And therefore there's a risk that other issues can get defocused or deprioritized, and we won't be able to focus on that. So I think that risk is definitely there. The second thing is, I think in today's day and age, a modern cybersecurity strategy has to be more agile, more adaptive, and gone are the days when you can sort of apply a framework or a methodology and say that so long as I follow this, I should be fine. It's not going to work. You need to really create something which will work in the context of your organization. You can't take a straight-jacketed regulatory or a compliance-driven approach and that you are safe and secure. In fact, a lot of regulations and can sort of bring in a lot of complacency, thinking that because I'm doing so much, I'm passing audits and I've been so many times, and everything is green, I am safe and secure, which is actually living in a fallacy, right? So I think you need to recognize that, and I think from today's context, you need to really be able to ensure that you have a very clear understanding of how you're deploying controls. The the amount of uh, vulnerabilities we are pumping in and patches we are pumping in now is at least 3 4 times higher than what we did in last year. The refresh cycles of operating systems and different applications are shrinking by half, and so I have seen refresh cycles of 5 years, 6 years for a endpoint operating system. Now we are doing it in 1 year's time, right? This is causing humongous amount of stress, but you got to do it because without that, it's very difficult. And so, while it is important to do a business enabler role and working closely with the businesses and risk management, and I think all of that is important, you also need to have certain controls which are mandatory in nature, where there is zero tolerance towards non-compliance, and you can't allow a business or individuals to take decisions on those risks. You need to make sure that poor IT hygiene is there is a zero tolerance to that, right? But I think to your last point on personal accountability, I guess it's a very interesting point, because yesterday we were having a global conference of global CISOs across the world, predominantly from North America, and I think the this issue of CIO and CISO's accountability came up, and it's not well understood, and it's still one is about the legal conversation, but really, a CISO is as good as what the culture of that organization is, right?
Hmm.
So I my sense is that eventually the maturity will prevail in terms of how the world looks at this role, and no matter how empowered it is, and no matter how much you're driving it, the organization as a together has to take a collective responsibility of a failure or a success of a given security program.
Yeah, very well covered. Uday or Samir, would you like to add anything?
I agree with Vishal completely. It's whether the CISO is empowered or not. It's basically CISO who has to continuously try and improve his visibility or cybersecurity visibility within the organization on a continual basis. May it be a workshop, may it be continual awareness newsletters to the board and senior management, saying that incidents are inevitable, incidents are going to happen, and it's just not a matter of compliance for which you need to take those proactive measures, but in general you have to reduce the impact of the incidents. And in that regards, that creating the visibility, creating the awareness within the senior management, saying that when the incidents happens, it is not only the responsibility of the technology team, it is the responsibility of the whole organization to deal with it as a team, is very, very critical. So from that perspective, the role of the CISO or the entire cybersecurity is that create that visibility, create that awareness within the organization that incidents are going to happen, and then uh, try to reduce the impact as a team. And in that regards, whatever investments needs to be done from people, process, or technologies, and accordingly, the roadmap has to be created, taking into consideration the entire accountability of the organization, and that is something which is going to drive the future roadmap for the cybersecurity organization. That's what I can say, and completely agree with Vishal on that front.
Sure. Samir?
Right. So I think couldn't agree more over here. And keywords which are of people, processes, and technologies. Right. I think that's the key to it. And as I mentioned in my previous response, it is a lot to do with, especially in this geographically spread out world, when employees are working from home, that they are responsible and made aware of probably the do's and don'ts, and the impacts, possible impact assessment, or what will happen if something is not done right. In terms of application, and if I have to talk about collaboration itself, right, usually the option is one solution fits all industries kind of a thing, but it doesn't really work, because the security parameters for what a bank needs versus what an IT company needs are totally different. And having the users configured, and being able to use that such a platform within that parameters is something that a CISO or a technology team needs to evaluate, that it's not a solution which is a common platform, just deploy it and start using it. Each of the industry has its own security parameters, be it fintech, be it healthcare, be it IT. So the configurations are very different and needs to be done. So that's on the applications, especially on the collaboration front.
Sure. So I have one last question for the audience. If you still have any more questions, we have a few minutes left. Please do put it in the chat window. We've discussed a lot of these challenges, and it's good to end the best practice session on a happy note, on something where the opportunity that we've all kind of been privileged to kind of partake in and develop our careers. So for the folks that are thinking about having CISO in their path, in their development plan, could each of you give one best practice advice that you practice and has worked for you for the next gen? Maybe we can start the order the other way. Samir?
Well, being at the other end and having been through, a lot of security questions, and we often go through these security checks every when we deploy our solutions, especially for the large enterprises. One thing I can say is, when it comes to security, being honest, being upfront, and being frank is something one. So, for example, what we did is, when there were questions raised about Zoom's security, we formed a CISO council. We invited close to about 30 CISOs from different industries on our platform, and we took suggestions in terms of how can we improve, what can we improve. We went into a 90-day feature feast program to ensure that we plug in whatever the recommendations were given and whatever flags were raised. And that was first in the industry. Nobody has even thought about it, that no features development for the next 90 days. That's a big thing. And we came out in the open and said that, okay, we are going to fix this. And while not all problems were Zoom related, a lot of problems were consumer related, where platform was used in a very different manner, we embarked on a journey to educate. So I think that's what is important, being honest, upfront. There is no organization, there is no application provider who will probably not go through the scrutiny of security and face challenges. But how we stand up to it, how we face, how we create awareness, how we spread the message. And that goes to a CISO within an organization also, how the end users are using the application, and making them aware of the risks of the do's and don'ts. I think that's what the more open we are, more frank we are. That's what my
Thanks, Samir. Uday, maybe if you could keep it brief, and one best practice that for advice for next gen CISOs.
As the thing is that right now there is a talent crunch across board. All the verticals, all the organizations are facing a lot of talent crunch. So right now, I would basically advise on the CISOs is try to catch the young generation as early as possible. Tap the organizations who are specializing in cybersecurity. So for the last 2 years, we are experimenting with it, and we are basically trying to employ as many interns as many possible within the organizations. And once we have good experience with few interns, you can groom them, and then you can absorb them within the organizations. Because getting the laterals has become a very, very tough job in the current scenario. And if you catch them young, if you groom them, the likelihood of them staying within the organization is quite high. So, and it has worked for us to a good extent. And future CISOs basically can, from the talent training and retention perspective, they can use this approach.
Gotcha. Vishal?
Yeah, so I'll talk about 3 behavioral traits that CISO should have. First is you need to be confident. You need to be confident about what you're talking and what information you're sharing with your stakeholders. You need to be humble, and not be overconfident, and be open to receive and empathize and receive feedback. And number 3, you should be extremely paranoid about what's happening around. so that you are constantly looking at how you are looking at the risk and managing it. So these are the three traits that behavioral traits that CISO should have, so that it can become successful.
Okay. I don't know, Aditya, if we'll have any time for audience questions. I just did want to sum it up as be honest, start young, be confident, but humble, and yet paranoid to be a great CISO in the future. With that, I think we should end since we are a little bit over time. So thanks a lot,
Thank you.
all of you as panelists for coming, and wish you all a amazing rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon, all, and thank you once again for joining us. My name is Anisha Koshi. So without further pause, let us welcome our first keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Ricky Kapoor, head of APAC Zoom. His talk is aptly titled, Forging the Hybrid Future. Over to you, Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you, Anisha.
Absolutely.
Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
No, not yet, Mr. Kapoor. Your screen is not yet visible.
I am sharing it, so I wonder if perhaps somebody can do the sharing for us. Oh, there you go. I think it works. Firstly, thank you for having me in this session. Look, what I wanted to do in the next 15 minutes is really share a little bit about what we're seeing around the journey ahead around the hybrid future. We all realize that we've gone through a very intense period over the last, a very turbulent time, frankly, in the globally and certainly in India over the last 12 to 18 months, and it's changed the way we operate, the way we work, the way we live. But let's talk a little bit about what we've seen looking backwards on some of the innovation we've seen coming out of people and businesses, and then perhaps look a little bit forward about how we see the world changing. Irrespective of where things go, what's become clear is that the world will move to a hybrid future. There's a lot of studies that have been done recently, and I'll share one that was done by BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, that really looked at workplace dynamics and what's going to happen in the workplace, how are people going to operate, and the resounding opinion that you see from the study is that we're moving forward rather to adopt a hybrid model where companies are going to look at flexible strategies around how we go back to work and how we both go back to the physical workplace as well as how we get our work done around our business processes. And if you look at India actually, if you look at more than 87%, actually it was more than 87% of companies, businesses said that they were and are considering a flexible model in the long run. And as we think about the future, now is the right time for us to imagine what that future is going to be, because when we get there, hopefully sooner rather than later, but when we get there very soon, we want to be prepared for that. So if I can maybe share a little bit looking backwards, what we saw during the pandemic, and many of us, in fact all of us, experienced is was a fundamental change in the way we lived our life. From every aspect of it, the fundamental way in we shifted in how we worked and how we connected with each other, with our families and loved ones, with our colleagues and other stakeholders. And there were some areas that we saw so naturally, whether that's education. If you have family members studying, you kind of saw very visually how education is and was and is transforming. We saw that in the context of media. We saw that in the context of many of us on this forum are knowledge workers. We saw how we changed we work. But there were a few industries which went through a profound shift. Financial services in most parts of Southeast Asia or India. The adoption of digital platforms was somewhere between 8 and 18% pre-pandemic, and it sort of went 5 times to somewhere above 60 to 70% during the pandemic. And that just showed people a different way in which they could get things done in a more efficient manner. That needs to be considered as we go forward. Healthcare, we all know healthcare had some fundamental shifts, and as we look forward, we're seeing the same changes around telemedicine, around diagnostics, around how people are thinking through connecting with clinicians and hospitals, doctors, and how this whole ecosystem will connect. Changed substantially during the time of the pandemic. And we saw the same thing starting to happen in retail. So whichever facet, frankly, of life we were in, we saw a fundamental shift during this time that was happening across all sectors. One of the most interesting changes that happened because the pandemic left us with just no choice. One of the biggest shifts that we saw was in government. Government services went online, be it the justice systems, parliaments across many countries started running on platforms like Zoom, and started witnessing and experiencing the benefits of the efficiency that comes from the platform. As we look at that element, we see an incredible opportunity going forward, and how things will change and be experienced differently. That said, a large part of how we changed our lives, the biggest changes that were felt were frankly felt in the knowledge segment. So it's frankly felt most by knowledge workers. Many of us, all of us on this call, felt the changes that happened. And we adapted very seamlessly to a new way of working around meetings, events like this platform, where there's meeting colleagues, getting work done, etc. And one of the things that we have to accept is that a large part of that experience about day-to-day work was still missing from the frontline segment. There was still an opportunity missed in terms of bringing frontline workers, essential workers across that digital divide with inclusion in order to truly provide that same opportunity that many knowledge workers had of transforming their way they work into frontline work. And I think as we think forward, as we look forward, I think that is the opportunity still in front of us. How do we ensure that we truly democratize the use of a video-first platform with workflow and process flow to optimize how people work and get things done in their personal lives, and there's so many different areas we can imagine, whether that's, again, as I said earlier, whether that's in healthcare, or it's in agri business, or in education. How do we ensure that the frontline actually has an opportunity to participate in this transformation going forward? And I'd like to spend a little bit of my time actually really speaking about what the future of hybrid means in that context. So as we think forward, as I said in the beginning from the BCG study, it's quite obvious, and again, India was quite high up there in that chart, that we are going to work in a very hybrid capacity. And the word hybrid doesn't mean that knowledge workers like all of us are not going to be in offices. We are going to be in offices, but it's not just the employees. It's going to be your customers, your external stakeholders. Everyone's going to be sometime in an office, sometimes in a non-office physical space, sometimes moving around. And we've got to reimagine the world and how we connect with our ecosystems in this new paradigm. So really, if we can think forward, it gives us an opportunity, as I said earlier, to bring in video communications into everyday areas of innovation. And that's what we have looking forward. If I look back, the pandemic really gave us no choice. We were all no longer physical. We were all virtual. It gave us no choice. When we look forward, we will have a choice. And now is the time for us to make those choices, to really reimagine what that future will look like in terms of how we embed a video-based platform to reimagine every business process. So, if you think about where we started the conversation, whether it was around, banking, how do you do wealth management in a video-based platform so that you don't have to have expertise going into a branch? Your customers may not want to go into a branch anymore. There may be some concerns around that. You may start redesigning your branches, but you still need that expertise. And how does video-based concierges help you with that? You've got to reimagine that process with the customer in the middle. We had a great example recently we saw with PepsiCo, where they embedded for their truck drivers during logistics, they actually embedded railway headsets with Zoom built into it to allow them to have location awareness as they were driving around making deliveries. And that's an incredible example of using pure consumer technology on a very secure platform to improve the efficiency of frontline workers. There's so many such examples that are coming around in agriculture. In the ride-hailing business, we're starting to see examples where people are saying, how come we can't, in the ride-hailing application itself, build in some safety features to be able to take videos and recording to provide passenger safety during the time of travel. Now, that would be a very simple thing to add. So we have an opportunity in front of us, irrespective of industry, to truly help frontline workers in a way that makes the processes they run more efficient, makes them drive more business outcomes in a shorter span of time. And again, there are many, many examples that we're seeing. I won't go through all of those examples. One that really caught my attention personally about innovation being adopted in the front line to grow into new markets was an example that is in front of you around agritourism, as how we're starting to see an uptake, in this case on the Zoom platform, of virtual farm tours, and New Zealand farmers actually opening up their markets to global audiences, both business, B2B and B2C, through this platform. And now you can imagine, if you can have a consumer think in that fashion, what are the types of opportunities open to us as knowledge workers in business? And the numbers of use cases are truly only limited by our imagination. It is up to us to get in a room in our businesses and rethink and reimagine our work processes for our frontline workers as well as the knowledge workers in a world that gives them the highest amount of safety and peace of mind in a hybrid world. And that's kind of the opportunity in front of us, and that's the world that Zoom is powering, frankly. And that's kind of where we're headed. I can see some of the slides are slow. So if I really think about the employee customer experience, there's a number of things we're starting to see around customer experience also that we can imagine. I give you an example of a company who is based out of Australia, where they've created a virtual platform with Zoom embedded into it that allows a consumer to experience a shopping experience anywhere. They particularly focus their business on high-end, medium to high-end clothing brands. So, whatever the different brands are, they will go into, whether it's a Park Avenue in India or a Gucci Armani in out of Paris and Milan. If you actually want to do a showroom setting, you can press a button, get a schedule, and you will then see the latest in this particular case, because that's their segment on apparel. You will see a full virtual experience around a live person showing you the clothes. Now, that's an incredible way to shop globally without having to travel. That doesn't mean you stop traveling, but it enhances the opportunity for businesses to make money, consumers to get their experience, and in a hybrid world. So there's so many things that are happening across all the different segments. And for us, what's important as we look forward, as I said earlier, looking back, we had no choice. We were all in a hybrid, in a virtual world for no choosing of our own. When we look forward, we will have a choice. Whether you're a business executive, whether you're a business owner, whether you're a knowledge worker or a frontline worker, we will have a choice. And as we think about that, it's important for us to make the choices. A few things that are, as I speak with senior executives, a few things that are becoming important. Firstly, talent. How do you reimagine talent and hiring talent in a world where you are less restricted by boundaries? We are certainly less restricted today by boundaries. We have people in our company and other companies working around the world, outside and in their location. We've got to reimagine how we source and keep our talent happy. And that's one thing I can see a lot of companies put a lot of attention to, even companies like Zoom. We're thinking about this very, very deeply. The second is transformation. How are we thinking about transforming each and every business process in the company, looking forward with a new lens, the lens that we learned during the time of the pandemic. When we were at the worst time in many ways, we created the best innovation as individuals. How do we bring that same innovative look back into the workforce and say, this process we can redesign with a video first approach? And that's kind of where Zoom is looking at powering the front end. And finally, trust. Trust comes in so many different shapes and sizes. In the technical and technology work, we talk about security and privacy and trust, and these are absolutely incredibly important. But also the trust for employees and customers, that they come into your premises, that you have all the facilities to keep them safe and secure. And and where does technology come and play a role in that? We've seen during the time of the pandemic, virtual receptionists, no touch settings, meeting rooms with the ability to actually work from remote settings. How do we take that same thought process and engineer that into every part of our physicality, whether it's a shop's house, or it's a store, or it's a bank branch, or it's your factory? Surely you will not have every worker come every day to your factory. How do we bring that in to preserve the trust of our employees in a way that they understand that we are helping them transform their processes, keep them more secure, and really, as a result, hire and keep our best talent. Those are some of the thoughts. I know I've come to the end of my time. Those are some of the thoughts that we're thinking about in Zoom. Those are some of the thoughts that keep me up awake at night. Hopefully, the session's been useful. And as you chart course for yourself, for your company in the coming weeks and months, I would advise, think about the choices you have to make going forward, because now we have a choice. Thank you, and have a great session.
Thank you for that insightful talk, Mr. Kapoor. We now move on to our next keynote session titled The Future of Security Depends on a Platform Approach by Mr. Huzifa Motiwala, who is the Director of Systems Engineering, India and SARC at Palo Alto Networks. Welcome, Mr. Motiwala.
Hello, everyone. My name is Huzaifa Motiwala. I am the head of systems engineering India and SARC for Palo Alto Networks. At the outset, it's a privilege to be here and talk to all of you about our vision, strategy, and execution. But first and foremost, thanks for taking your valuable time and attending this session, which I will endeavor to keep it interesting so that you have some very, very important takeaways. At the outset, in the next 10-15 minutes, I'm going to essentially talk about the new digitally transformation-driven architectures and the associate challenges that it brings about, primarily in terms of the change in threat landscape. And how do you look at effective ways and means to kind of address it, and primarily using a very platform-based approach that we at Palo Alto Networks have embarked upon. So with that, let me kickstart this. And let's all take a step back and talk about this entire rush towards the digital transformation, which was primarily accelerated by the pandemic. And fundamentally, what I believe is it kind of leveraged some very, very core technologies which were underlying. Number one, the expanded connectivity with more and more people being online than ever. Number two, the cloud capability, right? Enabling every organization to be more flexible, to be more agile and innovate at scale, right? So that economies of scale with cloud existed. And fundamentally leveraging AI and ML to analyze these masses of data, the large data that it collected to deliver some very, very critical insights and to ensure it helped making some huge leaps in decision making. So that fundamentally, that core technology that existed and people kind of embarked upon leveraging this created some very, very game-changing opportunities, which I believe, and even in this moment of crisis. So, we had organizations who wanted to ensure that their globally disposed remote staff can continue to work and contribute from anywhere and everywhere, right? So the remote productivity and growth was something which was prima facie the number one objective. They also kind of reimaged the entire way they kind of delivered the most cost-effective and the most safest way to engage customers in a contactless world. And last but not the least, reinventing the entire ability to kind of impact people's life, which included primarily around healthcare and education. So ensure that there is an equitable access through telehealth and remote learning. However, I feel that there is a flip side to this, and what essentially happened was, as these users, data, devices, and applications, which were no longer confined to the traditional data center, which had been built like a fortress of sort, with all deep processes in place, suddenly what you found is we now have tons of remote users, hybrid users, branch office users accessing applications which are could be private within the data center or on public cloud, or SaaS applications, which had exposed some very, very significant greater attack surface areas, right? And what it fundamentally led into was three key challenges, right? One, the number of endpoints is only going to increase, right? It's almost if you go by one statistic which says that there are going to be almost 3x increase in the number of endpoints by 2023, which means there's more strategic data being stored at these endpoints. B, enterprise security is not keeping pace with the cloud deployments, clearly in a shared responsibility model, where you expect that the cloud service providers would look after the infra security, but the data security and everything else still remains in as part of your responsibility. So we saw a lot of inconsistencies being created as people started adopting cloud, with people struggling to deliver that same security across data center and cloud. And what this essentially meant is increased number of cyber attacks, because the adversaries out there, they realize that they have far more bigger attack surface area to go after, and they started leveraging some very, very sophisticated advanced technologies to kind of go after this. And we've seen almost 300% rise by some statistics in terms of the ransomware attack, right? So this is the kind of the other half of the challenge that we all went through. where it comes down to is cybersecurity has gone mainstream, right? That's the fact. It is no longer relegated to a side discussion, but it is part of every boardroom conversation. Why? Because the threat landscape has completely changed. So we are really talking about adversaries ranging from independent hackers to nation state attacks to a malicious insider. And they're using all sophisticated means, really advanced means to leverage this attack surface. And case in point is the recent examples, the supply chain led attacks with Kaseya and SolarWinds are one classic example where they kind of exploited these trust, this unquestionable trust between a vendor and its partners, right? So the impact of this breach, which the customer goes through, is very high, and the reason why it's being discussed in boardroom, because you're suddenly talking about millions and dollars of fine. You're talking about massive brand reputation damages. You're talking about declining in market value of the company. And some extreme cases, we have seen even the CEO getting fired, right? So there are multiple such examples which are on the extreme side. So essentially, while there are multiple frameworks and regulation which exist to remediate this, however, most often than not, right, what ends up happening is this, right, which is in a microservices-led API-driven hyper-connected world, with expansive surface area, there is a way, way too many companies, way too many solutions, and each solution solving some siloed use cases, which means all of your time you're spending up, in cybersecurity, integrating the data across these, managing the patches, upgrading the product. The average number of cybersecurity solution is in the tens, if not hundreds, right? So all this leads to a lack of the right skill set to manage. The cybersecurity skill set shortage is a fact. Alert fatigue. Think about the tens and thousands of alerts that gets generated each day, and it's supposed to manually look after. Lack of complete context across these, right? So all this is severely impacting your ability to kind of react and respond. And which is where in Palo Alto, we said, let's take a step back. Let's relook at the entire approach and start refresh and start at a very simple goal, right? Which essentially says that we want to secure all the users, irrespective of where they are and what devices that they're using, accessing whichever application, it would be in the data center or the cloud, generating data or exchanging data over whichever kind of networks, right, that they're using, with comprehensive context at all times across all locations, right? It just came down to this. And if you look at it, the converged platform approach, what you require to take, essentially needs to have three important characteristics, right? Number one, it needs to be integrated, right? So you have to look at your approach towards cybersecurity across in these different use cases. You have to look at solutions that work together, right? And bounded by some common threat intelligence framework, so that you are not left spending time working across individual silos and trying to make sense and trying to talk to each other, right? So it has to be integrated. Number two, it has to be automated, right? Which means all your ecosystem that does your platform should not be a mere platform which just kind of takes in huge tons of data, digests data, and then just sits on it, right? So it needs to make sense and not just ingest data, and have a capability of responding real time across the enterprises. It no longer can afford to have relegated to manual workloads and manual ways and means to speed. I mean, the adversaries are running at a speed rate, fast pace. We need to ensure that your security, your platform is also responding, has the ability to respond real time using automated means. And last but not the least, it has to be simple. It has to be the entire architecture, the entire approach has to be very easy to deploy, easy to adapt, easy to reconfigure, easy to very, very agile, and has to be backed with very, very robust operationally supported plans, right? And have a very easy mechanism to kind of give you all that right visibility, reporting, compliance in a very, very simplified way. So that's what the Converge approach means to us. So with that, we started this journey a few years back. And over the years, I think what happened is we realized this, and we have kind of acquired some really best of breed applications across key entities or across key elements of your enterprise. And what we did is we kind of bought these together, best of breed acquisitions, because our strategy was very clear. Either we develop something which is number one in that area, or we acquire somebody who's a number one in that entity that we are not present. So we over the years we have kind of acquired a plethora of technologies which were like the number one solution use cases in their individual use case, and we bought that together and we've integrated. And what essentially it has come towards is a best of breed approach, giving you a platform, a 3-platform approach, which let me introduce you to each one of them here. So let's talk about Strata, which is essentially our world's first ML-driven next-gen firewall platform, which has a signature-less approach, giving you a complete device visibility, including your IoT devices, your behavioral anomaly detection, your risk-based automated policy recommendation, and not to mention your built-in inline enforcement and prevention, which is all coming in. All of these cloud delivered without the need of additional infra, covering all the critical use cases, including zero-day threats, including data loss prevention, including IoT security, and most importantly, also covering SASE, which is a secure access service edge, which is an amalgamation of your network as a service and network security as a service. So truly securing your networks everywhere, whether in physical form or whether we could be delivered in a virtual form in front of your cloud providers, or it could be delivered over the cloud using a SASE methodology, right? The next is the Prisma Cloud Platform, or the Prisma platform. This is the industry's most comprehensive cloud native security platform, securing your end-to-end application lifecycle in the most automated way, including your cloud security posture management. This is a Gartner created concept where we are securing all the services being offered by the CSP, the groups, the VLANs, the VPC, the storage buckets, the off-the-shelf databases and application servers, right? So think about those. 2, cloud workload protection. This is really all about securing that application, that environment, the software that you are developing on top of these cloud service provider infrastructure on a traditional VM, or could be the Kubernetes, the containers, serverless functions, so on and so forth. Cloud network security, right, which is an identity-based microsegmentation capabilities for entities within the cloud, right? And furthering that, we have the Cloud Infra Entitlement Management, CIEM, which is about enforcing permission and securing identities across your workloads and cloud. And last but not the least, shift-left integration of security right into your DevOps cycle, right? While you are developing your code, it gets integrated. So it's bolt-on and not an afterthought. All of these across all your major cloud service providers. Let's talk about Cortex. This is about really revolutionizing the security operations center. What the SOC analysts deals with today are a plethora of tools, as I said before, right? And each solving one problem, and they end up with more and more alerts, creating a constant shortage of your cybersecurity professional needs, right? So we believe in preventing everything at the outset. Things we can't prevent, use AI and ML to kind of detect all kind of sophisticated attacks, and then automate investigations to accelerate response, right? It essentially comes down to these 3 things. And this across your network, your endpoint, and cloud data. So this is where our extended data detection and response, XDR, or our extended security operations and automation, security orchestration automation response, I beg your pardon, with its automated capability to orchestrate and response and really keep you ahead of the curve. Through some integrated intelligent threat intelligence coming into this, and our ability to have visibility outside from an outside-in perspective using the attack surface management and incident response. And all of these tied together with the data lake, where we take all of these rich information, normalize it with all the analytics, all the intelligence that's built in it. It has the ability to stitch together into across this and identifying the root cause of your breach, prevent as many as possible if you can't, and give you the best possible visibility that an analyst needs. Right? Essentially, that's what it comes to. So I thought, let's take an example of how all of these come together and help drive a framework, something like a zero trust architecture, which is used by customers today to reduce the risk by establishing the right trust between the entities, avoiding the implicit trust. So to illustrate this, let's look at this example where a user is using an application, a client application, if you may say so, on over the internet, accessing an application, which could be a microservices architecture, with the front end being a web server, and the back end being a microservices architecture using a platform as a service, or which essentially could be a database, and all of this in a public cloud. Now, the entities you can't trust in this architecture are users, the endpoints and workloads, the applications, and finally the content. Right. So you see the circular wall around it is where you kind of create a sort of a protect surface coverage, where you say anything before and after this I can't trust. So every transactions, every data, everything that I'm getting interface with, I need to prove that it has been validated and stuff. So in order to establish the right trust end to end between these entities, you need to ensure three things essentially, right? A, provide context-based access. B, make that access safe, right? Secure, so that it doesn't have malicious data or malicious entities or malicious code being exchanged. And have a very consistent access and security, have this consistently being driven and available everywhere, irrespective of what that device is, what that user is, where it is, and what kind of cloud infrastructure or applications that it has been accessing. So let's start with the most obvious component, which is the zero trust network architecture, which is the component between the user and the front end of the application in web server in this case. And this is driven by our Strata and Prisma access solution, or as I said, the firewall, next-gen firewall, which essentially comes here and ensures that all the we use some strong authentication mechanism to ensure that the users, we authenticate the users and they are what they claim to be, right? So we authenticate those, that the content that they are sending is right, whether it's using IPS or sandboxing or anti-malware solutions, ensuring that it's clean, and verifying the applications in the end, and the web server in this case, using some host profiling or URL filtering capabilities, right? So ZTNA is an important component of zero trust, but certainly not the only one. So let's look at the others. So even before the user hits the internet, we have an application running at the endpoint which the user uses. We have to make sure that this is safe, including the content on the endpoint, using the endpoint security product, right? So not only is the user has been authenticated, we claim what they are, and it's been validated, and the data on those devices has been checked against all kind of malicious content. We also have to remember that these endpoints are not necessarily now relegated to just a laptop or mobile. We have other type of endpoints, basically the IoTs. And in many cases, it is these IoTs that will be communicating to the network, right? So we have to establish trust for this IoT device, which we do using our IoT security solutions embedded into our Strata Firewall platform. And it discovers, monitors, and applies all the right policies relevant to that IoT devices without the need for having an extra infrastructure or any additional skills required over there. So now we get into the next stage of the zero trust architecture, which is the backend applications, right, which are sitting behind the web server, and which could be API-driven microservices-based architecture running thousands of services, VMs, containers, serverless functions, PaaS services. So within these microservices, we establish trust using our cloud-native Prisma Cloud solution that we talk about, right? So ensuring that each entity is within this API-driven economy is checked, the right access given, and all the security aspects, including DLP, is applied and checked upon, including a shift left architecture of ensuring that the code is also secured while it is written. And finally, we come to a layer over all of these, and that is the security operations center, which essentially looks after all the real-time zero trust decisions that were made or couldn't be made between these entities, looking at the data, the alerts, and analyzing them. And that's where we have the Cortex platform comes in, gathers all this info, puts them together, and allows a lot of automation monitoring this zero trust decisions taken by the startup, Prisma Access, the endpoint solution, Prisma Cloud, and changing them if required. So now we finally come to a stage where you say, right, okay, we've understood this change in threat landscape. We have understood what a platform approach helps in, ties in together, but what does it mean for you, right? So essentially, you have to look at the outcome in two buckets. One, does the platform approach help in reducing your risk and improving your cybersecurity posture, right? Because at the end of the day, all solutions need to come together and manage your risk. So when you go with an integrated approach, you basically are assured of, there are no blind spots between these solutions, and it's much far more integrated, driving some better prevention and security. You are kind of getting into a simplified management tool, since say a single pane of glass across this platform, which helps you drive centrally driven policy management, which is essentially huge in your operational environment, and ensuring that you have the right set of trust being embedded between the entities and seamless access to all applications by all users. And not just that, how do you ensure that this gets into a cycle where every new thing that you start coming in, platform is ready to kind of support that ever increasing performance demands or new applications being brought in, including shadow IT, are kind of covered, and your risk and visibility improves. That's one aspect. The other aspect is the TCO. So, because it's integrated, because your risk is lower, you have a far more lower accepted level of risk, which essentially reflects straight in your balance books in terms of savings in money, which you would have allocated. Talk about operational cost, because you're not talking about every new use cases being added with new tools. You're essentially talking about much lesser manpower, much lesser skills required to kind of manage the entire operation, thereby reducing the operational costs, including the indirect ones, which means, if you look at the sum total of the whole solution being driven, essentially cloud delivered, not having the need for kind of going into new areas and buying new use cases and negotiating back with your vendors. So essentially, you have a much improved cybersecurity posture, far lesser risk associated with an integrated approach, and a much more optimized TCO. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. So we are the world's leading cybersecurity company. Almost 95% of the Fortune 100 use us. And it's not for any other reason. It's this very reason that I spoke about, the ability to have better visibility, reduces optimized TCO. We are the number one enterprise security company in the world, which is growing at a breakneck speed. And we have almost 77,000 customers, and we are spread across the globe. And we have a very, very robust tax center, which is an average CSAT score of 9 out of 10, which I think is phenomenal. So with that, I want to thank you for your time here, and I hope this was fruitful, and I look forward to interacting with each one of you. My email ID is specified there. Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Motiwala, for your valuable thoughts. For our concluding keynote speaker for the day, we have Mr. Govil Rajpal, Lead Threat Prevention Security Engineer, India and SARC, and Mr. Satyakam Jyoti Prakash, Harmony Security Lead, India and SARC at Checkpoint Software Technologies, who will talk about highest level of security for remote users. Over to you, Mr. Rajpal and Mr. Satyakam.
Thank you, Nisha. Satyakam, are you on stage now? Perfect.
Yes, I am.
Can you share the screen, please?
Yeah, I'm doing. Is it visible now?
Yes. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for joining us today. In this session, we will be discussing about how to secure the remote workforce. Each one of us on this session, right, is a remote workforce. We all have been working from last 15 months remotely. And in this last 15 months, we have seen the threat landscape has changed. So I will spend some time how threat landscape has changed, right, around users, right? Then we will set up the context, what is Harmony in Checkpoint product portfolio. And then from there, Satyakam will take over and Satyakam will briefly discuss about different solutions and how we have consolidated different solutions into a single platform. So to start with, how the threat landscape has changed. Complete 2020, and in fact, the first 6 months of 2021, we have seen major breaches every month. Starting from January 2020, TravelX, they paid $2.3 million out of a ransomware breach. Then July, we saw one 17-year-old compromising Twitter, and then some key profiles were compromised in case of Twitter within the social engineering attack. End of the year, SolarWinds saga with supply chain attack. So when we consolidate and when we put perspective to all these breaches we have seen in last 15 months, 5.6 billion malware attacks we have seen were carried out in 2020 alone. Out of 5.6 billion threats, 304 million ransomware attacks have been carried out in 2020 alone, and this number is growing in 2021. And very interestingly, the delivery of ransomware, entry point, initial access to these ransomware attack in 54% of the cases was via phishing email with the attachment. So again, phishing was a problem 10 years back, phishing is a problem today, and maybe in future phishing will remain a problem for all of us. Then when it comes to the cost related to these breaches, average cost related to a breach in 2020 was around $3.86 million. And another interesting fact, which is time to identify and contain, which is dwell time, combination of mean time to respond and mean time to identify, is average 280 days. And this number in India is 313 days. So in an organization, if something wrong happens, they take around 313 days to identify whether there is a breach or not, and then they take further time to contain that specific threat from the infrastructure. And top impacted industries in 2020 have been healthcare, right, education, retail, and a couple of other verticals we have seen have been top impacted back in 2020. So other than this specific threat landscape, what I have discussed, major rise in ransomware attacks. So we've all heard in 2021 around Colonial Pipeline, right, DarkSide group, but it was not the only one group, right? Compromising one specific organization. We have seen multiple such more threats, attacks, compromising different organizations when it comes to the ransomware. So this number has increased from Q1 2020 to Q2 2021 basis on the Checkpoint research team. Satyakam, can you move forward? So these are some of the threats we have seen. These are some of the ransomware breaches we have seen in last 6 months. And one specifically which I want to refer here, CAN Insurance Organization. Why this is crucial? Because they have set the standard for entire industry. They have paid $40 million out of a ransomware breach in this 2021. So this number have increased over the years. 2019, this number was different. Satyakam, if you can go further.
So 2019, this number was around $15 million. Then 2020, this number was around $30 million. And they have set record of $40 million out of a ransomware breach in 2021. Now from here, right, why in Checkpoint we have decided to consolidate multiple products into a single platform, right? So in 2020, 2021, each one of us has become a new perimeter, right? We are not behind perimeter security. The only security right now we have available is our endpoints. Maybe these endpoints are our desktops, laptops, or mobile devices. So let me set the context, right? How many different type of users are there in any organization, and what different types of devices we are using to access applications or data, and where those applications are hosted, and how we have mapped this entire platform to solve this problem, which is around users and their devices. So generally in any organization, there are three set of users. One set, which is employee, right? Employee, like Alice in this case, they will have certain devices and they will access the applications from these devices to access the data. Then there may be a third-party contractor, suppliers, they come to our infrastructure and then access the applications. And generally I categorize third type of category, which is security warriors, people like us defending threats day in, day out. Now, all these users are using some different sort of devices. For example, employees. Employees always will have minimum of these devices like managed endpoint, part of Active Directory, domain, managed by the organization. That's how I make use of this laptop to access the applications. Then I might have COD, corporate owned device with some sort of MDM installed, and then I access applications. And third option could be BYOD, completely unmanaged device. I can make use of this device still to access maybe less critical application inside my infrastructure. And then when it comes to contractors, they will always have, third-party suppliers will always have unmanaged endpoints and BYOD devices, which means no Active Directory, no domain, and no MAM or MDM installed, and that's how they access the application. Now, with all these devices and with all these users, what they are doing, right? What I am doing as a user, right? When I start my day. So Satyakam, can you go to the next slide, please? So using all these devices, right? I'm accessing data. Data is there behind applications. Where are those applications? Generally at 4 different places. Corporate network. Applications may be in corporate network, my private data center. That's where I go connect and access the applications. Applications or data can be in SaaS, for example, Office 365. Best example, I have my emails here. I can go to SaaS application and access my email. Then applications may be on internet, so I can go to internet and access those applications. And there may be adoption of public cloud like AWS, GCP, Azure, and that's how I can access applications which are hosted in these public clouds via these devices. What we already have, right? But we already have to secure this communication from these devices to these different data centers, right? VPN, traditional way, VPN to ensure the security of data in motion from these devices to corporate network. I specifically took example of Office 365, maybe security from Microsoft, E3, E5, ATP, or maybe third-party solution to secure that email infrastructure. Then to secure internet, secure web gateway, some sort of proxy or a SASE solution wherein you can route all the traffic and then provide the secure connectivity to the applications which are on internet. And then last piece, I have a developer environment. I don't want to publish everything on internet. I want to have secure connectivity from these devices to my public cloud, maybe via VPN. So that's how we are addressing these problems, right, these days. What we have done in Checkpoint is we have tried to consolidate multiple things, multiple solutions and services into a single platform. For example, to secure endpoint, managed endpoint, Harmony endpoint is the solution, combination of AV, NGAV, EDR, and other technologies. To secure mobile devices, component is technologies Harmony Mobile to ensure the safety of these mobile devices from malicious application, from network-based threats, and from device and OS level vulnerabilities. Now to secure the SaaS applications, Harmony Email and Office. Ensure the security of Office 365 Suite, G Suite, and many other applications. And then last piece is, which is very crucial, connectivity from these devices to multiple data centers. That's where our SASE offering, which is the Harmony Connect, comes in. So we take all this data coming from the devices, users to one single platform, filter it, right, apply the right policies, and then this traffic leaves for the data centers, for the internet, and for the SaaS applications. Why we have done this, right? In any organization, customers are using multiple products, like multiple products for endpoint, for mobile, for SASE, for secure web gateway, for email security. So which means you are managing multiple consoles to manage multiple different solutions. So what we have done is we have tried to do the consolidation, and it is not just the consolidation of technologies in one single platform. We have actually tried the consolidation of price as well when we consolidate technology into a platform. Second, more and more analytics skills, right? More and more analytics, visualization, and detection capabilities. So rather than having multiple consoles to manage your endpoint, mobile, email, and SASE infrastructure, everything related to users will come to one single console, and that one single console you will be able to get to see the security posture of the organization. And then accelerated move to the cloud. All these offerings are SaaS driven. When I say SaaS driven, few clicks, service will be up and running, and you can start consuming these services, be it endpoint, mobile, or SASE, or email security with API level integrations. So Satyakam now will brief you about Harmony Endpoint, Harmony Mobile, Harmony Connect, Harmony Email and Office, and then we will consolidate everything into a single platform. Over to you, Satya.
Thank you, Govind. So first, let's talk about Harmony Endpoint. It's a very significant part of our overall solution for remote workforce. And Checkpoint has this Harmony Endpoint solution, which is now recognized by the MITRE ATT&CK framework as one of the top solutions available in the market. That's something which was proven by the MITRE Ingenuity Attack report that came out very recently, and Checkpoint scored in the top 1, 2, and 3 in 3 different parameters that MITRE evaluated 29 plus about 29 vendors, endpoint vendors in it. So what's special about Checkpoint's endpoint strategy? This is a complete security solution, across next generation AV, across EDR, and it brings all the best of best technologies together into one endpoint solution, which is Harmony Endpoint. Now, I don't want to go in detail into each of these features, but maybe just pick one of the features. Let's say fake login pages, the first one, right? Now, if you look at the way we approach this solutioning, is that in case of a phishing attack, if you have a fake URL which you open and you are trying to enter your username, ID, and password, what the attacker is trying to do is take your username, ID, and password and probably reuse it in the original web page and steal your whatever data. But we don't allow you to even enter your username, ID, and password into a fake web page. We scan the web page till the time scanning is over. The box where you have to enter your email ID and the password is blocked, and only after the verdict comes we allow you to enter that if the page is legitimate. Otherwise, we will not allow you to enter your username, ID, and password. That's something very unique to our approach. Similarly, each of these points have a very unique approach to how we do the endpoint security, and that is why we were recognized by MITRE as one of the top 3 or top 2 vendors among the 29 vendors that MITRE evaluated at with their own assessment. Now, next, talking about mobile security. Now, along with the endpoint security, which was more on the laptops and desktops, we also secure mobile devices. Now, if you look at the applications, all the applications that we get from the Play Store or the iOS, the Apple Store and all, we kind of assume that these applications are safe. But reality is, a lot of these applications have vulnerability, and they can compromise your mobile, in various ways. Be turn on your camera, take a screen capture, or start a recording, or filtrate your data from some other application via that application, and so on, right? And that's why we have a sort of a mechanism, a behavioral engine, a real-time analysis that we do on the applications to protect your applications. Then when it comes to the network connectivity of the mobile phone, let's say take example of a man in the middle attack. What basically happens that you connect to a public Wi-Fi and there's a person in between who's infiltrating your data while it is getting routed to the public Wi-Fi. Now that is called as man-in-the-middle attack. We stop any kind of an attack which is having this kind of a behavior. And lastly, about OS level attack or the device level attack. We usually assume that, okay, if we have invested on an Apple phone, it's more secure than an Android phone. These devices cannot be compromised because those are well proven and tested. As a matter of fact, we see a lot of vulnerabilities, both in the Android and iOS devices. In fact, the Qualcomm processor, which is used in the Android devices, and more than 50% of the Android devices have that particular processor. Checkpoint identified that Qualcomm processor had vulnerability. They informed Qualcomm and they probably did some corrections there. But the fact is, those devices are already in the market. So your mobile could be compromised with that particular vulnerability. Now, these are something that we have to think through in this current situation where more and more mobile devices are accessing our corporate data. We probably have invested on mobile device management, but the fact is mobile device management is more about managing the device, right? It's not about mobile threat prevention. It's not about mobile security. It's only about managing the device. Now there is a fundamentally two different approaches, and we strongly encourage people to consider mobile threat prevention along with mobile device management when they're considering mobile security.
Sorry, sir. In the interest of time, this is just a reminder to note that the timer has run out. So if you could conclude the presentation.
Sure.
Yeah, as soon as you finish.
So, the third piece that we have is the Harmony email and Office. And again, from a email security perspective, as Govil mentioned, Office 365 G Suite. In this email, we provide security. One of the features maybe I can talk about is identity protection. Now, any kind of an email security, you'll see, if it has access to Office 365, you can probably access Office 365 from any device. But with identity protection, your Office 365 access is tied up with your particular mobile phone, let's say your personal device. But you cannot access the email from a friend's device or from your spouse device or anybody. So that is what is identity protection, identifying that particular device and giving the protection access only from that particular device. And the last piece is the SASE piece that Checkpoint has. So be it your corporate network, let it be compromising your data center, your application hosted in the data center, even the public cloud infrastructure as service, all comes under the corporate vector. Or you go into the internet and the SaaS platform, and you can access that from your own corporate devices, your BYOD or unmanaged devices, that is your personal devices, or you can work from your office environment. Irrespective from where you are accessing what you are doing, your security posture needs to be consistent across, whether you are accessing your applications within your corporate network or a SaaS application, or just generally browsing internet even without a VPN connection to your device, right? So we have these technologies around clientless architecture. When you say clientless, without an agent, you can have a zero trust network access especially for your unmanaged devices. Then we have threat prevention, the sandboxing piece, the IPS, the phishing prevention, full SSL visibility in botnet, everything safeguarding from everything is taken care with Harmony Connect. And also from the access control piece, that is your firewall, URL filtering, application control, everything is managed through the Harmony Connect. One single solution giving you uncompromised security from any kind of a connection from any device to any of your corporate internet or SaaS applications. So to summarize, Checkpoint Harmony is a solution designed for remote workforce, designed for this current pandemic situation, where we provide you security not only from an access point of view, from a user's point of view, from a device's point of view. So endpoint security, SASE, clientless zero trust access, email security, mobile security, as well as a browser level security. So all these features and functionalities we have for you to have secure experience, be it from working from home, on the go, or from office, and be it you connected to your on-premise applications, internet, or any of the SaaS applications. So that's in a nutshell about Checkpoint Harmony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajpal and Mr. Satyakam. And thank you once again to all of our keynote speakers. Now to kick off the DSCI Privacy Application Challenge 2021 launch, I invite Anand Krishnan, Manager of Policy at DSCI. Welcome, Anand.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to the DSCI Best Practices Meet. It's a very important sort of opportunity we have here with the DSCI Privacy Application Challenge. It is essentially a challenge which is to spark innovation and creation of new privacy technologies in the privacy ecosystem. I would like to invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO, Data Security Council of India, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you, Anand. A warm welcome and a good afternoon once again to all of you all. For quite some time, particularly last 2 years, we've been running this theme called Think Privacy, Think Technology. And as we scan the new emerging startups, also new technology products, both in the domains of digital and cybersecurity and privacy. Last couple of years, we've seen a spurt in security and privacy innovation, and an increasing number of privacy technology startups. Even in the COEs that we are incubating, we are beginning to see new privacy technology startups come up. So this privacy challenge, application challenge, is an idea to give relevant use cases so that young entrepreneurs, startups, any teams from any technology industry, and most importantly, the young talent from academia, colleges, come and participate in this challenge so that they can pick up a use case of their choice, submit an idea, and develop a product through an MVP and at least close to a prototype stage. And we are extremely pleased to have the support and partnership of the Media Network team to be able to launch this challenge. We've done a privacy use case challenge before. This entire initiative is also linked to the use case clearinghouse program of DSCI, where we are continuously trying to discover use cases in privacy and also in security so that relevant use cases can be disseminated after validation, validation of their market feasibility and with subject matter experts. And we keep doing these application challenges. This one particularly is extremely important because I think one thing that is coming up is as more and more kids go online, how can we keep them safe online? So one of the use cases of this, which actually is extremely important for India, where more and more young kids are going online for education, for entertainment, for skills development, for so many things. So one of the use cases is age-appropriate design. There are many other use cases you will be familiar. You'll get to know once the application challenge is launched. Particularly the age-appropriate design one is very good. We'll be doing an extremely large outreach so that more students can apply for this challenge and more young startups and teams can apply for this. And I would urge everyone who's participating in the best practices meet to spread the word, encourage more teams to participate in this. I think as we gear up in, getting attention to privacy, as more and more people are getting digital and virtual and online, I think building the right technology products and solutions for privacy is extremely important. This challenge is primarily meant for that. And I would personally like to thank all the industry professionals who also contributed to developing some of these use cases which are actually being leveraged to be able to be the backbone of this challenge. So I urge everyone to participate and spread the word on this. And thanking the Media Network team, ONI team, for collaborating with us on this. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rama. I would like to now invite Subhashish Bhadra, Principal at Omidyar Network India, for his opening remarks.
Hi, Anand, and thank you for the DSCI team for having me at this event. I will keep my remarks relatively short. As an impact-oriented investment firm, we believe that privacy tech is at an inflection point, that the conversation that we've had on data protection and privacy, a lot of legal and regulatory changes have taken place and are taking place. But now is the time when we are seeing that technologists can come in and make that regulatory push a reality for businesses, and also ensuring that businesses are able to meet those compliances at low cost. We think there are two cases to be made for privacy tech. Firstly, there is a commercial case that regulations are just increasing the cost of data breaches, and sometimes regulation, for example, privacy tech, for example, if helps businesses detect data breaches faster, reduce the regulatory burdens and risks that they open themselves up into. So I think that is a big case for why we need this kind of technology. I believe consumers in particular are also now gravitating towards products and businesses that have better privacy, and we see it in academic settings and research, as well as in what we see in our daily lives. And finally, investors are really backing privacy tech in a big way, that we are seeing unicorns emerge in India, in Israel, in the US, UK, everywhere. And I think this is an idea whose time has come. I also believe that as an impact investor, what we really care about is this making a difference in the ordinary Indian's life? And I think privacy tech is one of those things. That with the right kind of technology, we can reduce the chances that Indians suffer from digital financial frauds, which is becoming a major issue. A very large percentage of Indians suffer from it. And the second is that this helps individuals feel more trust and more empowerment when they are online. So for all these reasons, I think it is quite timely that DSCI has taken this initiative to bring more ideas, to bring more innovators from across businesses, academia, and everywhere else to focus on this challenge, because we feel with the right kind of support ecosystem of the kind that DSCI is providing, this is something that can truly be the next wave of innovation that India can ride on. So I thank DSCI for taking on this effort, and I also wish them good luck, and I wish good luck to all the participants who will participate in this challenge.
Subhashish, we are very grateful to have ONI as a partner for the DSCI Privacy Challenge. Now, I think it's time to officially launch the DSCI Application Challenge. We would like to play a short video sort of unveiling the application challenge to all of you. So with this, we officially launched the DSCI Application Challenge. I'll quickly just share a short presentation, just detailing a little bit about the application challenge and the associated timelines. Can you see my screen? Just checking. So with the application challenge, basically the application challenge.
Yes,
The application challenge is being hosted on the DSCI UCCH portal. This is the link to the website. I'll talk a little bit about the use cases that we're covering as part of the exercise. Rama has already mentioned, so I'll just repeat for the benefit of the audience. These are the 5 use cases that we have seen in emerge. You may notice that few of these are sort of new in the sort of privacy technology conversation, which have really picked up in the post-COVID world with factors such as privacy safe productivity monitoring becoming a very important factor in terms of privacy protection of employees, while as measuring productivity of the employees. The timelines that we have associated with the challenge are, this is the launch of the first phase of the application challenge, which would be live for 2 months. I would request all of the participants and the candidates who are interested to visit the UCCH portal and submit their idea submissions. And out of these ideas, we will shortlist 10 top ideas. And these 10 top ideas would receive 45,000 per idea, and the top 3 ideas would be adjudged the winners. And the top 10 would move to the prototype development stage. And from that step onwards, the top 3 would be the winners of the application challenge. So please take the challenge, and this is the link to be followed to access the application challenge. Thank you very much. With this, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Srinivas. Srinivas, who heads is the Data Privacy Officer and the Global Data Protection Officer for Infosys. Srinivas.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Rama. Very good to hear this. Congratulations to all of you for the DSCI. Subhashish, for being able to shortlist few of the use cases which needs to be worked upon further by the industry. It's a very good opportunity, I would say. And as a privacy professional, I'm delighted because in day-to-day life in the privacy world, we encounter this challenge that how do you meet these regulations in a manner that we don't falter, and we are able to we are able to extend this on the scale at which the digital world is growing. Today, we cannot run many of these controls with manually. Earlier, we used to be able to manage when the data was less. And as you see that regulations are becoming more stringent, whether it's GDPR or CCPA, we talk of every month there's a regulation. Yesterday we spoke about China. And more of these regulations are becoming prescriptive in terms of what they need. And therefore, the time has come for us to be able to get together and build technologies that help us to achieve this regulatory compliance. While I see that there's a lot of standards that are coming up, but the standards are again will have its own cycle time to evolve. But they can be used as a guidance, but there's no substitute for developing these technologies, and most of these privacy enhancing technologies are the way by which we can give assurance to consumers that the accountability part of data privacy regulation is met. You cannot have only a process view to get accountability. We need these technologies by using poka-yoke, what we call in Japanese terminology. And here I would request those who participate in these programs to see that when you build these technologies, they have to be embedded into the design and in a manner by which there is no way you can circumvent these controls when real life when you use it. And this is part of privacy by design principles, the 7 principles. In addition, I think some of the controls when you build, I've seen glimpses of it. I think age appropriate control, consent, deletion, all these controls has to be such that they are balanced with conflicting requirements to see that we make it a positive sum game and not focus only on one perspective. So keep that realistic view in mind, that how do you achieve privacy and other conflicting requirements where they are relevant. I would say that this is the way forward. I've seen across the world, I'm in many forums, a lot of work is happening, but a lot needs to be done. Many of the areas that we spoke about, the use cases shortlisted, the whole world is at the nascent stage. Some of them have done their own crude ways to handle these things, but there's a lot of scope to strengthen these. And I look forward to solutions coming out from some of these participants in a way that which helps us, the industry, to emulate and maybe even walk the talk, have standards around it, which rest of the world can emulate. And I wish all the participants best of luck to see that they come out with the best. And once again, like to congratulate DSA on this occasion. I'm happy, look forward to this. Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Rama.
Srinivas, with this DSA, I'm really grateful to have somebody like you who is sort of so deeply engaged with the privacy community and committed to the development of new privacy technologies. With this, I would like to thank all of the speakers, and thank you very much for all of you for joining. And please do participate in the Privacy Application Challenge. It's a great way to sort of foster innovation in the privacy ecosystem. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Before we move on to our track sessions, I would like to briefly pause for a moment to acknowledge our esteemed speakers and delegates, as well as our gracious sponsors, without whom BPM 2021 would not have been possible. Thank you for your enduring support. Also, enjoy clicking photos and share experience on social media using the official hashtag BPM 2021, and do not forget to tag DSCI. Keep visiting our leaderboards to win and exhibition booths to know more about the latest security solutions and products. Thank you for joining us today. Please visit stage and schedule sections on the platform to attend interactive track sessions. Thank you.
One way to sometimes about the harms and risks of AI is to use the hit. We all thought that the pandemic was in some way a great neutralizer. Everyone was equally affected. But we very quickly seen that the pandemic has amplified existing socioeconomic inequities, whether it's in the world of work or whether it's in social relations. What we've also seen is that certain communities, certain countries have been able to bounce back faster, right? So the pandemic has mirrored those. And in some sense, AI is a lot like that, or machine learning, to be specific, is a lot like that. And the reason for that is because machine learning, fundamental to machine learning, is the issue of data, right? And data, by its very definition, is always representative. It is always partial, and it always reflects a certain point of view. So in some sense, because we are biased as individuals, we have bias as institutions, we have bias in society, that data is reflective of that bias. And because AI is built on that data, that bias, AI reflects that bias and amplifies it, right? So one of the main risks of the use of machine learning technologies is that we could end up amplifying existing forms of social inequity and social discrimination. And in the Indian context, this is particularly important because we already know for an example, that more than half the country is still not online, right? And we see that there is, for an example, a huge digital divide in terms of gender or in terms of other marginalized groups. So this issue of reproducing discrimination is really important. So in some ways, you can also think of machine learning as a status quo technology. It produces the past, it produces the future, based on the past. Right. So I think that's one of the main things. I think the second one is around privacy and self-determination. Machine learning relies on accumulating and analyzing a large quantity of data. In some sense, machine learning is data hungry, it's data intensive, it wants more and more data. And what that can end up doing is have implications for people's privacy. And not just privacy, but people's right or ability to determine who they want to be, their self-determination. And the reason for that is that AI, machine learning technologies, analyze people as part of social groups. When you analyze people as part of social groups, you also constrain their ability to move across those social groups, so move across those constraints that come with being in those social groups. And I think we should be particularly concerned when we're thinking about this privacy point with the use of facial recognition technologies, with the use of emotional recognition technologies, and the use of what you mentioned in your opening remarks, Prakash, the use of sentiment analysis in social media. I'm just picking up on those because you'd mentioned them. I'd like to just add, like I said, the conversation on harms and risks can go on forever. But a point I think is we often miss when we're talking about AI harms and risks is the impact on climate. And I think this is really important because I think in the past year, we've seen the frequency and intensity of climate. The cloud, for an example, is already one of the largest consumers of energy, as well as one of the largest polluters. Data centers alone account for more than 2% of global energy use. Studies have suggested, for an example, that training a single AI model emits carbon dioxide comparable to that of 5 cars over their lifetime. And in fact, making AI models more accurate consumes even more electricity. So there was a recent study that was quoted in the Harvard Business Review that showed that the last 0.08% incremental increase in the accuracy of an AI model took nearly 400% more energy than any of the earlier stages, right? So I think as a developing country, we have to be very, very conscious of the environmental impacts of AI, and we must start factoring this as we think about readying ourselves for an AI future. So I'll stop there, Prakash, but I'm sure we can have a further discussion of this on the Q&A.
Thanks, Urvashi. Now let me turn to Gaurav. Now that she has told us about the kind of threat we have, what kind of capacity building we do for the policymakers so that when they frame policies, they take care of all this? And also, if you can let us know the advantages of open access AI trained data sets. Over to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, thank you, Prakash. And again, thank you to the organizers. I'm putting my mic on close to my mouth so that people can hear it properly. But yeah, I think fundamentally we should understand that the threat analysis of AI is sometimes overspoken in terms of the current intelligence criteria of artificial neural networks and artificial general intelligence. These are two different criteria. What you are currently picking up is very simple. What you can blink in 1 second is your eye and recognize whether it's a flower, is a rose, or it's a lily or something. That is what you can actually do with the current supervised learning algorithms. We are not in the framework of unsupervised learning algorithms, or even for that matter into deep learning frame, and that's why the consumption of data is very high. Once we actually get into this general intelligence framework, maybe the consumption of data would be low. Not to criticize that, but yes, the factor is sometimes we overstretch our imagination in terms of what AI can do and what it cannot do. Coming to the capacity building, yes, policymakers do not really fundamentally understand how an AI-enabled system really works, or how they can really associate that whether it's a simple process of sensor recognition of identification. For example, it is better to put for street lights management in big cities IoT sensors than putting AI as a mechanism. So it could be very localized, in a perspective. So the understanding of how AI can be integrated along sectors and in particular problems is fundamentally which is at the cause of capacity building. In addition, for the policymakers, they should understand that AI does not solve all the problems. So it can only solve a problem where there is an A input and an output, as I said, and both are understood very well. If you tell me that there is only an input and the output is not very well understood, I think it will be very difficult to design a completely new AI frameworks in terms of policymakers, and that's where we are doing some. It's taking use cases, and again, use cases in AI are very fundamentally specific to geographies. In cases like agriculture, it could be very, you could develop a model in Ethiopia, it might work, but in India, it might not work. So again, training data sets have to be very localized in the context. So that, I think the fundamental understanding of AI, how it works, why it is there, how it can help you, and how it can facilitate a solution-based approach to your existing problem is to be understood. AI does not fit all the models. Secondly, your question on open access AI, I think this is important from an AI training data sets, because the development lifecycle of an AI application is very simple. 80 to 85% of your time is in data collection or annotation of data, which is looking at AI, a specific model which can be trained on. And then 10 to 15% is basically on designing an algorithm which can, read that data correctly and then, get into a black box and give you an output, which also is known fundamentally what output is. I'm talking about very simple cases. And then maybe 5% is quality testing and then improving the models. Currently, the size of artificial neural networks is expanding. The capacity is big. So the concept of if you have to collect any data sets, people don't want to share it. Because if a startup is utilizing 80% of its capacity in data collection and data creation, it would not like to make it open source. Whereas the fundamental advantage of utilizing open access data sets is that you can really create innovative solutions. So the government should invest its time in creation of these data sets, opening up of these data sets, so that there is an exponential rise in startup ecosystem to actually utilize their brains in writing algorithms and writing AI building AI models. If I tell you in a very simple term, if you take data annotation for AI, it's like a clerical job, like labeling, like what you used to do in Excel sheets. It's a very simple fundamental. So if you spend 80% of your time in a repetitive job of, say, labeling 100,000 images, it's just futile. But if you have big organizations or big techs open up, so I'm just telling you, the voice data is something which is fundamental to a lot of solutions, but voice data sets in India is fundamentally very, very less in terms of low resource languages or in terms of languages, even in the 22 national languages scope, except the top 6, which says Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, and so on. The last 10 do not even have substantial data sets. And hence, you can't really derive and make a Google Assist or Alexa to work in those low resource languages. So fundamentally, if you open access AI data sets, and big techs don't do that, let's be honest about it. Facebook, Google, I don't want to name it, but they really will not open it, because, and even the tech, I would say, telecom firms. So, I'm just talking one example of voice. So training data sets in fundamentally images or in Earth observation satellite imagery or anywhere, it can really have dramatic impact, because then the startup ecosystem will invest 100% of their time in making models and writing algorithms rather than collecting data sets and standardization of these data sets. We don't really know what standards, and what quality is basically being done. So I'll leave it at that, but yeah, and take it on. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Gaurav. So you talked about opening up the data sets. Even there, some capacity building is required. They need to be told why it needs to be kept outside, what can be kept, and what kind of data sets. Which you mentioned at the end that quality is very, very important. If the quality is bad, then all the inferences which you derive will be bad. Now that's so far we have heard Urvashi talk about the challenges. Gaurav talked about what needs to be done to build the capacity of those who take the policy decisions. Now, the third next consequence is somewhere regulation will be framed. We don't have any today, but across the world, regulations have been framed. We have with us Dr. Wong, who is from Singapore. And Dr. Wong, what is the status of AI regulation in Europe and AI standards in Singapore? I'm asking you because you have done lots of work in this area, studied this. And has Singapore come up with some privacy regulation towards the AI uses? And if yes, could you please take us through that?
Thank you, Prakash. Yeah, I'm also thanks for the invitation from DSCI. Yeah, give me the opportunities where I can talk to the people from the region, especially Indian. We also have a very big team from Continental Automotive there. Yeah, so first of all, address this regulation topic. I think this was starting from 2 years ago, or along the way with the NISA, European Commissions. Along the way, they published the guideline book, and also ISO has some function safety and assessment framework for AI. Then along the way, now they developed till April this year, European Union, they published the AI Act. Yeah, so in this AI Act, they have been categorized into the high risk, middle risk, and the low risk for the AI model. And take the mobility as an example. Yes, you know that the AI model can be used much popular in the autonomous driving for the future. So this is very critical because we don't understand what the machine was understand that. Yeah, so once you go to this CNN, RNN, you know, ResNet, all this kind of language, only machine itself understood. So how can we as a humans then to certify this kind of AI model and to make sure they are doing the right things, where they are not doing the wrong things for us? For example, like they're running on the roads, that they make their decisions, things like that. So this has a lot of discussions in the European level, and they come up with the idea with, maybe you heard about explanation AI, so that to understand by the humans. And then from there, we can quantify and qualify from the function safety, cybersecurity perspective. And then the government will be giving kind of certifications or the type of approval. So before you really go to the market, you do the useful things, or you do the good things for humans, instead of you do a kind of risk or bad things for the humans. Yeah, so this is more like, you know, the European level or ISO level perspective. Well, coming down to Singapore, we have organized this artificial intelligence technical community this year. We kick off this discussions, is including everything. Yeah, just now mentioned by Prakash that health, governance, defense, including also smart city and all this. Where along the way, we will come up with the technical references in Singapore as the standards, how the AI model will be constructed, where in the end leads you going to the market where, you know, government can regulate you and the user will feel more safe to use that. Okay, then to come down to address that questions, the last questions from Prakash, that in this year, we have this PDPA privacy regulations coming to the place in Singapore. And this is mainly talk about, how can I say, in Asia, we don't talk about the human rights too much. You know, not like a GDPR, we talk about human rights, they come from the law and all this. In Asia area, we are coming from based on the consigned form. Consigned form means that, okay, once I sign the form, okay, I basically sold myself, my personal information to some companies, right? So this is, but however, the government trying to say, for example, if you are running apps where you're touching the human like health, but definitely as an app company, I want to improve my user experiences regarding to this AI model. I want the data to train my model and improve my user experiences. But however, along the way, you will collect some sensitive data, and this data will lead you to identify it as a personal information. So here the government were very strong to say that, okay, you need to treat this data with a certain way of anonymization or pseudo numbers where you cannot disclose the personal data. For example, some address or your name, your ID, because this is nothing to do with you want to improve the health apps monitoring from the company perspective. In such a case, yes, strictly mentioned, you need to do a data anonymization. If you want to use this data, you train your AI model. Yeah, I come back to you, Prakash. Thank you.
Sorry, my microphone was muted. Thank you very much, Dr. Wong. Now, before we go to the second round, and I'll start from where she left, that is, she talked about the regulation in Europe and what has happened in Singapore, and we don't have any. But before that, can I request all the attendees, if they have any question, please put them in the chat box or the Q&A so that the panelists can see them and respond. And if your question is for a particular panelist, please put her or his name so they can be seen by them and answered by them. Okay, so Urvashi, she talked about the regulatory positions in Europe and Singapore. Now, we don't have currently any regulation. So what are the different regulatory options to govern AI and which are most suited to the Indian context? Over to you, Urvashi.
Thanks, Prakash. I guess maybe the first thing I would like to say is that we should be very conscious that there's no easy or simple or quick fixes to this, right? So like Estelle had mentioned, data anonymization, there's now conversations around differentiated privacy models, but we also know that these models are not 100% or they're not foolproof, right? So I think that one of the things we have to realize is that many of the solutions that we're posing right now are still very much in a testing stage. And so for critical sectors, critical decision-making sectors, we should be cautious about the use of AI in the first place because the solutions we have are not ready yet to address some of the harms that we spoke about. That being said, I think we can think about the kind of regulatory approaches emerging globally and in India in a couple of different ways. One of the ways that we see emerging is a risk-based approach to AI regulation. We see that in the EU, for an example. Even Niti Aayog, in its articulation of its responsible AI framework, talks about the need for a risk-based approach. A risk-based approach certainly has certain advantages. It allows you to experiment. It allows you to enable a more innovative ecosystem without clamping down too early with top-down regulation. But it is very important that for a risk-based approach, we have the right expertise in place, because a risk-based approach requires us to make, in some sense, objective scientific assessments of what the risk might be and to be able to quantify that risk. And for that, we need the right expertise in place. That being said, a risk-based approach is fundamentally, it tries to make something objective where it is fundamentally also a subjective decision, right? So there is a limitation, therefore, to taking a risk-based approach. I think what we are also seeing is the increasing use of standards in the space of AI, and Estelle already spoke about some of this. There is a risk when we talk about standards too much that we could end up allowing the private sector to self-regulate. And we do need some amount of self-regulation, but we need to balance that self-regulation with more top-down regulation. It poses a challenge in the Indian context because the state may not have the capacity in the current context to be able to govern effectively. And so it is important to include a standard-based approach in our kind of portfolio of regulatory options. But it's also really important that we include a human rights-based perspective and we anchor AI regulation to our constitutional framework, because that ultimately is what is set up to protect individuals and to protect their rights. Again, there are limitations even to a human rights-based framework and to relying on constitutional frameworks. The Indian Constitution, for an example, doesn't have a framework to think about discrimination, right? So when we think about AI and the impacts in terms of social discrimination, we don't have a ready framework for it. Human rights-based approaches also again require institutional capacity. You need to have the regulatory capacity to be able to make those frameworks meaningful enough to protect people. And often those frameworks come into play after harm has already happened, right? So again, important, but it's not the complete solution. We also need to think about more upstream management processes, so more upstream governance of innovation itself, which means thinking about research and development, thinking about how we build better linkages between industry and academia, how we build in foresight methods, how we build in public participation into the deliberation of these new technologies. So what we'll need is a combination of various types of approaches. We'll need risk-based approaches, we'll need standards, we'll need a rights-based approach, we'll need market policies, and we'll also need the upstream governance of innovation processes. So all of these are really important, but fundamentally, it really comes down to the question of institutional capacity, which is the point that even you and Gaurav were discussing earlier, particularly in the Indian context. Thanks, Prakash.
So Urvashi, I'm curious to know how much of work is being done in this area, all the things which you mentioned. I mean, are we doing something, both the government as well as the civil society?
I don't see too much happening right now at the government level. I think the government has put out a few kind of working papers, discussion documents that articulate that they would like to follow a risk-based approach, and they would like to anchor AI governance to principles of fairness, accountability, and transparency. But these so far remain as kind of very top-level conversations or statements of intent, right, rather than fully thought out and developed frameworks for policy. That being said, governments all over the world are struggling with this. Even in the EU, for an example, it took them a long time to come up with the risk-based framework. And in fact, there's been a lot of discussion about the utility and applicability and the legitimacy of that risk-based framework. I think one of the big differences in the EU and Indian context is in the EU, there was a huge amount of civil society participation and response to those risk-based frameworks. And there are well-organized mechanisms for taking on board that feedback. And so we really need to ensure that in the Indian context also, we're creating enough space and enough meaningful dialogue between civil society and government so that we can articulate these frameworks in a more grounded sense. So we have a long way to go, Prakash, essentially. But the worry is that the technology is already out in the market, and many of the harmful use cases are already out in the market. So we also have to move fast.
Thanks, Urvashi. I mean, then we'll fall on our face and then get up and we'll learn from there and then go ahead. Okay, so Gaurav C raised a very interesting issue, that how much should be regulated and how much we should leave the private sector to self-regulate. What are your views on that?
Yeah, it's a chicken and egg problem. You really can't answer this in a sense that how much regulation can be done. But I think there are fundamentals which can be addressed. So fundamentals like first, I mean, as coming from Urvashi's point, we need to have a minimum sense of even capacity. So if we need to have at least 20 people working on one of the fundamental problems, if you have to even address transparency or say bias, and get that group to really churn out in 1 year substantial legislation-based regulation, something to just address that one particular problem. What I'm trying to come to is that policy makers can have an overarching view of what the technology is working. The problem with AI is if you don't understand what the black box is doing, you really can't understand how to regulate it. So what policymakers can actually come in is to have a clear mandate for any AI application development to have a sort of clear-cut explanation. So you can actually understand a software development lifecycle, but you will not be able to understand A to B output of an AI algorithmic model unless, of course, there is some explanation given to you by in detail. So that approach has to be there, so that anything which is developed in in any framework, whether it is agriculture or it is in education or healthcare, need to know that explanation, so that then you can address the question of bias, whether it is really biased or not, or it is transparent not, or what are the problems of what you can actually. And so there is a lot of effort in getting people, data scientists, to explain how the AI model is working. So maybe there has to be one focus. The second focus, it could be that the policymakers can take it a top-down and bottom-up approach both sides, because it cannot just come down from a high-level perspective of answering that answering those questions on transparency and bias. Having said that, pilots should be conducted in terms of understanding what the output is. And India is such a diverse country, and algorithms are becoming so big that particular components of the algorithms can then be trained or tuned to address those particular biases. I mean, again, it's not a regulation question or a policy question, but I'm just trying to break it down into that. Okay, you can't really stop AI from coming in and one size fits all. But then what you can do is fit in these components where there is ease of operation. So if I'm doing something for disaster management or for understanding, I don't know, forest cover in India or whatever, it's easier because information is beneficial to everyone. But if you do something on, say, healthcare and say personal data sets on COVID number patients or analysis on that, it might take a little bit harder regulation and more insight into getting that passed. Lastly, I think every state has a priority in what it wants to really achieve through utilizing AI. So maybe some work on its prioritization of how AI should address its own needs should be given some leverage. So central bodies can actually do the larger strategic framework, and then tactical frameworks can be done by the states independently. Yeah. But big capacity is required. Big capacity. It's not a easy job. Yeah.
Thanks, Gaurav. So we have two questions. So before we go for the next one, which will be 2 minutes kind of thing, which I'll ask all of you. The first question is from Sanjeev Natkir. It says, are there any existing frameworks for security while building AI? Dr. Wong, you work in this particular area, frameworks and security. So if you can take that question, that's question number one. You see on the top.
Yes. Thank you, Prakash. I think basically it's a very good question. We are working on that, cybersecurity framework for AI. But just to let you know, there has existing work with the AI threat landscape from NIST, and also the guideline was published by NISA. If you take the particular use cases, for example, mobility or automotive domain, we are using the upcoming ISO 21434 standards, where this all can be also applied for the AI model, which is used in the mobility area. If you are taking non-mobility use cases, you can follow the basic principle from the security perspective, where we follow the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, where it means that the AI model itself needs to provide and protect confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Yeah, so basically this is the principle of framework you can follow to do a little bit assessment for, work for your AI model. Is that to follow the security principles?
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Wong. Anyone else, if you would like to, Urvashi or Gaurav, want to add something, or I'll go to the next question, which is for Urvashi, because she mentioned about AI systems using so much of energy. The question is how AI models are using so much of energy. So you explained, but again, I will request you to kindly take that question.
Sure. I mean, there's a long kind of technical explanation, but I think the simple, quick explanation is that it's the nature of machine learning and deep learning models. They require a huge amount of data. That data requires to be processed. It requires storage. It requires a huge amount of water to be able to cool these data centers. So we shouldn't think of as AI as just existing in the cloud as some kind of ethereal technology. It has very, very real material components and material impacts.
Thanks, Urvashi. There is one question on views on PDPB, so that will be too big. We have just 7 minutes left. So let me go to the next question. He said, do you think sentiment AI be given the same rights as human? Very interesting question. Sentiment AI to be given the same rights as human.
Is that for me, or do you want?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a really difficult question. I think we're far, far away from being able to answer it. I think what we need to focus on is to make sure that people's rights, humans' rights, are secured in an AI world before we start thinking about the rights of AI as an entity and as a legal entity.
Thanks, Rosie. Okay, so this question I'll put it before Gaurav. It says, will too much regulation on AI kill the innovation?
I don't think so. We are capable of putting too much regulation. If you take the case of IT, when it started in 80s, I mean, the companies like Infosys and Wipro and all these actually grew up because there was less or unknown regulation. So now what is happening is everything is in the cloud. So you don't even understand, how these e-commerce like, Walmart or what you can say, Flipkart or Amazon are actually doing this. I would say emotional intelligence integration into their portals, right? So I don't think so there is something called too much regulation. I think there is something called, if we just start building on the fundamentals of regulation, it is required because AI will affect society in various ways, whether it is in profile of future of work or change of decision making or taking up jobs or whatever. In the Indian context, we are a developing economy. We have 90% of our people in informal economies. So we need to be very sure that we don't just make 5 big cities with 1,000 startups to grow, and then the rest of India is lagging behind. So regulation is required. Fundamentals, definitely, yes. We need to address these fundamental questions. Yeah.
So there is a question I'll just read out. It says, POP bill was drafted in 2019. We are in 2021 and technology changes every day. What do you think about the delay? Will the delay affect the policies which are drafted more than 2 years ago? So this is by Yatrat Budhiraja. Unfortunately, there is no from the government here. This is ideally, it should have been put before the government. So I'll pass it. I mean, I won't like to put any of the panelists who are from civil society or from academia or industry to be put into hotspot. So let me just go and ask 1 or 2 questions which I have. There's lots of talk that AI will reduce the employment or people who are getting jobs, that many of them, the repetitive jobs will get away. Now, what is your, how will AI impact labor markets in India and what are the opportunities and challenges? Urusi, if you can just tell us, take us through that.
Sure. Thanks, Prakash. I actually think the labor question is perhaps the most important or one of the most important questions in the Indian context. And it's also an example of why we need to have a conversation about AI governance that is very rooted in our socio-political reality. Because what we see in other industrialized economies, they don't have the kind of labor surplus that we have, right? So the kind of technological choices, the choices around automation that they are making in their geographies have to be different from what we make in ours. So I think it poses a severe kind of existential risk in the in the Indian context because we have a huge labor force. We already have a problem in terms of creating adequate jobs and adequate good jobs, especially for young people. Young people are now more exposed to a global set of scenarios more than ever before. And what we are seeing in globally and in India is that automation will impact kind of low scale, entry level, routine level jobs first, right? And so there is a huge bunch. So what that means is it'll end up impacting those who are already in some sense at the bottom of the kind of job pyramid, who are at the most vulnerable. So I think it's a major concern in India, and we have to think about this very carefully on where we want to use AI and where we want to not use AI from the perspective of labor. I think the second thing that we see happening in the Indian context and globally as well is the growing platformization of every sector, whether it's the health sector, it's the transport sector, it's the education sector. Now we're even seeing it in the government sector, right? They're creating platforms. This changes the nature of employment relationships. So people, rather than having full-time employment, become contractual workers. And that contractual work can be quite precarious, particularly when you don't have social protection frameworks in place. So again, I think that's particularly important in the Indian context. The third point I'd like to mention is what we see in the context, what we see increasingly is that a lot of machine learning technologies are being used to also monitor the productivity of labor. And so it's very important that we put the question of labor rights and labor privacy at the forefront of when we're thinking about AI regulation. So thinking about labor's data rights is particularly important in the Indian context.
Thanks, Urvashi. In fact, I'm reminded of a case, I will not take the name, where the people who are the warehouses and take the things from the racks and put it in the box so that it can be delivered. Their efficiency is monitored to the hilt. In fact, if they take a break of 1 minute, someone starts talking, the machine starts saying that you haven't moved for 1 minute. Please move your backside and go to and do this one. Okay, so we have just 1 minute left, and I would like to thank all the participants, all the attendees, as well as all our panelists here who have given us lots of insight into where we are vis-a-vis AI, what kind of regulation we need to have, what are the things which have happened in EU and Singapore, and where we need to go, what kind of, and how fast we need to go. The last question I'll put to Gaurav is how to make AI the next IT revolution. You have worked in industry as well, so I thought, and we can close on that.
No, thank you, Prakash. I think you can't stop AI. It is going up, and you will have startups and unicorns coming out of AI in India, hopefully, inshallah. But the fact remains that we need to be sure that it is not affecting the marginalized in India. So anything, what has happened in India in the last 30 years is the inequality gap has increased. And I mean, I'm taking the fundamentals here, right? So any revolution which comes to life should not increase that, gap in the rich and the poor. And that's it. Any technology will survive and thrive. And people in India are very innovative in jugaad and items to really get things to life. But yeah, that's it. Thanks so much. Yeah.
So thank you, Dr. Wang. You've taken time out of your schedule and joined us from Singapore. Thanks, Urvashi, for joining us from Goa, and Gaurav from Delhi. Thank you all, and thanks all the attendees who are here. We are almost at the fag end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Prakash. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Process this data in a distributed cluster and give us insights. So definitely a holistic approach to AI is something that the industry is going towards, especially when new types. We have to rely on something like UEBA, where you have to look at behavioral analytics, how a user is interacting with the system. So those, I think that is an area which is very upcoming, like you said, for threat detection. And a lot of these threats are persistent. They remain in your system. You need to look at the TTPs to understand what the attacker is doing. So AI can definitely, at a holistic level, look for these indicators of attack and pinpoint out. Coming to the algorithm side, typically a lot of these point solutions were supervised, where you need a lot of training data. But now we see a trend, because the attack pattern is changing so much, the attack surface is increasing. We see a trend towards unsupervised learning, where you understand what the normal behavior is, and anything that is different, try to flag that as anomalies. So anomaly detection using algorithms like autoencoders and deep learning is very much at a rise, where these can actually pinpoint you some of the abnormal behavior. Now, one emerging area I definitely see coming up is explainable AI. Like, it's not enough just to say, okay, this is an alarm. Now, what that will do is your SOC analyst will just be flooded with more alarms. I mean, that person will have to start filtering and figure out what that alarm means. What will really help if the AI can explain itself. Say, okay, I'm flagging this as an alarm. Now, why am I flagging this? These are the factors. The port sweep is happening. These are the port numbers. This is the reason why that particular alarm is happening. So if I can tie in explainability to my algorithms, I think that is a big win, where we can reduce the time needed by the SOC analyst. They can filter on the right parameters and immediately understand what has to be done. And the next part is the response. Like you said, how do you respond to these alerts? So if there is a historical knowledge base of how these alerts have been handled, the source systems, security orchestration and response systems, they use heavy analytics to try to build a knowledge base, understand what was done, and understand what is to be done in this area. So these are some of the key trends I see, especially around explainability and trying to build SOAR systems, which can lead to modern AI systems.
Okay, fascinating view. Explainable AI. So that is something new for me to learn as well. Thank you for that. So, Mr. Datta, I must say that this definitely helps. And I strongly believe that AI or ML is going to be the future for cybersecurity solutions. Right. Now, having said that, let's move to the next question. Probably something we would like to know from Aparna as well. So Aparna just joined us. So Aparna, let's talk about this cybersecurity is data ops getting automated, right? So as a platform and automation head at TCS, you deal with automation very closely. Now, what's your view? How automation is adopted and cybersecurity, and it enhances the efficacy of the solution as well as we deploy it at a scale, right? So what's your view on that?
Yeah, thank you, Chandan. So when we talk about automation within the cybersecurity from a day-to-day implementation standpoint, there are basically three towers or three paradigms that we look at. So one is the threat detection, right? The threat landscape is ever evolving. We definitely cannot predict and stop breaches, but what can we do to automate or to do things faster so that the containment is in place faster enough, right? So are we having the right controls across the different paradigms? And by controls, it could be deploying tool sets, deploying controls, or deploying automation on top of it so that we can correlate the different dimensions. Like what you get from a regular SIM service to an MDR to a network device. How are we able to bring the 360-degree view into the threat detection paradigm? The second aspect is the broader one, wherein once you've detected, how do you do your response? One is fast, second is reduce the impact again, right? So what is it that we can do from the perspective of what can we automate from a playbook standpoint, from a containment standpoint, and what is it that we can feed back so that we can get a regular or a good quality threat hunting in place, right? So there are different aspects to it, and the last impact or the paradigm that customers focus on is what do I get by applying automation? So am I reducing my quantification of risk? Am I saying that by investing X dollars in cybersecurity programs, what is the kind of benefits that we get by reducing my attack surface, by reducing my risk? So that actually starts from how am I able to measure my risk or quantify my risk. So this again is a very important space for CISOs when they look at automation, right? So you have so many devices, you have so many controls. What can I measure so that I know where I stand? And how can I improve my detection? How can I improve my response? And hence reduce my quantification or exposure. So these are three levels, Chandan, where we look at. But in the cybersecurity landscape, what is different from the other paradigms of automation and AI is these are typically ingrained within the tool set itself, right? So you don't typically need to run huge AI or automation programs outside of it. What we need to focus on and what my team within the TCS cybersecurity practice focuses on largely is after doing containment, what can I do to ensure that I do the complete kill chain analysis outside of it? How do we ensure that we do not have these kind of repeat breaches? What can I do to improve the threat feed that goes back into my cybersecurity ecosystem? And how can we adequately say that if we do XYZ, my the risk that I'm exposed to comes down. So that is where we see automation and AI on the ground when it comes to cybersecurity, Chandan.
Okay, interesting. So probably one more question for you, Aparna. You mentioned about data, you mentioned about automation, you mentioned about cyber kill chain, right? Now, if you could just pin down a bit more on, see, In a traditional development environment, your SDLC processes, secure SDLC guidelines, they're well established. But when it comes to automation, there's no hard and fast rule how or what needs to be followed, right?
Correct.
What would be your 2 cents to ensure that the data is handled in a proper way, right? With respect to all the privacy regulations, regulatory requirements we have across the world. What would be your 2 cents when you design platforms? What is that you follow as a minimum guideline?
Correct. So first and foremost is the privacy, the data residency, right? Second is to ensure that while we are trying to automate and secure an enterprise, we do not induce any additional vulnerabilities. That means the automation layer in any which way should not lend another avenue for vulnerabilities or breaches to enter, right? The third aspect that we look at is while everybody focuses on automating for me, a key area that we have really focused on is you grow or you become secure as you are part of a community, right? So while we have these rigid walls of residency, privacy, which are absolutely needed, we encourage our CISOs to be a little more open to sharing best practices as well, which is actually a dichotomy because you want to be secure and you want everybody to tell you what they are doing, but you should also be able to radiate the same, right? So definitely the residency aspect is very important. Secondly, one aspect I would like to highlight, Chandan, is my automation development cycle is very short, but to prove to my internal ecosystem and customers that my solutions are secure is a project which is bigger than that. So there's a security checklist to ensure there is no vulnerability, there is nothing that we do outside of it, apart from using the best of breed technologies. These are the additional, what I may call, the frills that we need to put in to ensure that we are actually giving value in terms of security solutions.
Get you. Thank you very much for that view. And I must say, I think automation, AI is something the way forward to reduce the volume and threat and enable faster prevention also, right? With that, let's move to our next section, threat hunting and anomaly analysis using data science. So we have Balaji with us. So Balaji, you heard Datta, you heard Aparna. So typically that is industry view. Now, being part of academia and scientific society like CDAC, what's your observation? How do you see cybersecurity industry, both the attackers and defenders, are adopting intelligence systems, data science, right? You must be working with a lot of research projects. So where do you see the world is actually moving?
One thing, basically, the convergence is very obvious, and it is a mandatory thing. Now there is no more choice. The use of intelligence in cybersecurity has been predicted long back, and which has been getting realized now. I thought just to give some examples, I pick up from where Datta left actually. Basically, he was talking about email spam and security safeness kind of thing. So basically, what the convergence is happening between ML ops, that is machine learning operations, as well as data ops and SecOps. Now, what happens is let us say to filter out the spam or unwanted emails or insecure mails, we have a model which get trained. And of course, you need a data for training that particular model. So ML ops is there, and then followed by data ops. Data ops is where all your data is being cleaned and that to fit to the model. It has to improve. And then at the end, you have the SecOps, where actually the data is put in action. And any unsafe emails, including spam mails, as well as any kind of mails which come to your box, which has to be, which you are either voluntarily routed or being stopped at the gateway and then sent back to from the SecOps team to the data ops team, who will take a view on it and then push it back to the ML model. So you can see a feedback loop which is happening between the ML ops as well as the data ops as well as the SecOps. So this feedback loops makes the system richer and as well as makes it more efficient over a period of time. So this is one interesting aspect which is actually happening, and this thing. And again, Mr. Rida also mentioned about the explainable AI. So basically now another term which actually comes up is basically the contextual AI. So for example, if you are observing a traffic pattern. And if suppose, let us say that you are announcing something big event or whatever it is in your website or service, so obviously that day, particular time of thing, you are going to expect the traffic to be higher side. I'm just giving a very rudimentary example, but this fits the context. So in a contextual AI system, we'll be able to figure out, okay, this particular thing is happening at this point of time. So obviously, this is quite, we expect that obvious thing to happen. So basically, the contextual AI understands the context, why it is happening, and based on that, the decisions are made. So it thinks it's the normal. Basically, generally AI system will flag it off as which is different from the normal behavior. But that particular behavior is going to be a specialized behavior which has been informed through a system. So obviously the AI becomes knowledgeable to understand that this pattern is going to be there for some amount of time, and it understands that and goes on to the next one. So this is the kind of AI side which is moving in. And coming back to your first question, basically how attackers and defenders are using both, both of them are using the AI techniques. And again, let me give you another example because we work on DNS, that is domain name security. So basically, the attackers, what they do is they try to generate domain names. Okay, they use DGA, domain generator algorithms, which use some AI techniques for generating randomized algorithms, randomized domain names, which is
looks like
this domain names will be only live for. Hello, am I audible?
No, yes, you're audible now. Please go ahead.
So these domain names basically will be live only for a few seconds of time, and the attacker, either the command control operation or even the person who is trying to take a ransom, they have to keep the domain name domain alive and bring it live for some time. So they do not use a standard domain name. They always use a DGA, that is domain generator algorithm, and they try to do all these operations, including either ransomware collection or mail or any CNC command of operation. But if you look at the defensive side, obviously we have to use the anti-DGA algorithm to find out these kind of automatically generated domain names. So which means it's going to be something suspicious. So obviously the defender also have to use the same techniques. Okay, the purpose might be different, and the fight is actually really taking interesting dimensions, especially this particular problem statement is concerned. The domain generation algorithms is concerned as taking a very interesting dimension where attacker as well as the defender are all trying to beat each other. And of course, that is where there is another new concept which is coming up called adversarial machine learning. So adversarial machine learning is trying to how you can beat your adversary. How do you efficiently generate and you can beat your adversary. So this is the techniques are common for both of them, both the defenders and attackers, and both of them are using the AI thing. Only thing is that whose hand the final tool lands in. So that is the thing. So this is the scenario.
Thank you, Balaji. That helps. So interesting viewpoint. I must say, looks like at least within India, we have a lot of intellectual knowledge available now to do a lot of research to understand what is going on at a global scale. And I think the days are there nearby where we will lead with example, right? Having said that, let's move to the next round. That would be a rapid fire round where I'll have one question for all of you and would like to take your view. So here is my question. Now, what is the one single most important practice that has changed due to adoption of AI, ML analytics, automation in cybersecurity? So probably we'll start with Datta. So Datta, what is your view? What is the one single thing which you see has changed completely because of all these new adoptions?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, Mr. Chandan. So I think with a lot of this automation, one thing that I've seen, like Balaji was saying, even the threat actors are using AI. So a lot of focus has been on the social engineering kind of attacks. Now there are SOPs in place within organizations which are much more stricter on how you handle organizational data. Do not click on emails. So those sort of procedures. So I think because with the rise in the social engineering attacks, and use of AI to protect them. While the AI is there to help us, I think the procedures, the SOPs have increased where we ourselves, like that phrase goes, security is everybody's responsibility. So it's something that it's not just up to some people in a room who are going to protect the enterprise. Everybody has a role to play. And I think with automation, that awareness has increased. Everybody who joins goes through a security training. So I think that awareness is very important. From the AI side, I think with the social engineering, a lot of behavioral analytics have come into place. So like Mr. Balji was saying, this the contextual models. So there are like algorithms like contextual bandits, which can look at the context and based on that make a decision. So if that is an attack or no. So these kind of things have greatly increased where it is not just a black box saying, okay, this is an attack or no, but it's what is the context. In a different context, that particular network packet may be an attack or may not be an attack. So I think algorithm wise that has changed, and from the behavioral wise the SOPs have changed, in my view.
Interesting, Datta. So probably I'll just try to hang on a bit on that. And as a data scientist, right, when you address your team, do you specifically set some ground rules for security, or you are handling so much of data, right? Now, as a data scientist, what is your principles or guidelines that you lay out for your team? Probably if you could give us some examples.
Yeah, so I mean the first thing is just like we do in the software world. We have dedicated zones: development, staging, production, and we have to be very careful. Like in the olden days with data science, it was just, or in different domains, it was just a person with a Jupyter notebook and they had access to all the data. Now we have to be very careful here. I mean, we have to have dedicated, just like the security teams have this dev environment or environments where they do the red team and blue teaming. Similarly, that data comes to us. So we kind of have to be very careful the way we handle the data. In fact, if you try to, I mean, a lot of our work also involves simulation. You have to generate synthetic data because real data is difficult to get. So if you generate a synthetic data logger in an enterprise setup, you would immediately, your security agents will start flagging it. I'm sure you've seen such scenarios where somebody was doing a test and just a data scientist was testing something and he starts, your security system is good enough. I mean, it's a good thing that your security system caught it, but it was a simulation. So you need to be careful. You need to be, first of all, aware. So when we got into data science, and this is something at Persistent, we have a dedicated security practice, and now we are actively looking at how AI can complement it. So when we got into it, this was one of the things we really had to get an awareness. What are the security aspects, what to do, what not to do, especially when we're dealing with such a cyber range. So I think that is one thing that definitely, I mean, that's a great question. That is one thing now that I reflect, is that is improved. Like we need to have an awareness. You can't just, because you're good at some numerical data science, you can jump into security. You need to have the awareness. The domain knowledge, I think, is very important.
I think the last part is very important. Though you are a scientist, you need to ensure that the right set of ground rules are set.
Yeah.
With that, I'll move to Aparna. So Aparna, what's your view? What is that one single most important practice that has changed because of adoption of AI, ML, automation, analytics, etc.?
Yeah. So, I was just listening to the previous session as well, Chandan, the zero trust, right? That has become the mantra of security today. So, even though the purse strings are tight, right, there is still a focus on how can I have airtight security in terms of not restricting to the regular SIM, the EDR, a lot of things with regards to red teaming, breach attack simulation, detection technologies. So that has gained a lot of importance. A lot of things with regards to tabletop exercises, mock drills to ensure everybody in the enterprise follows it. It is also extended to supply chain, right? Customers are very religiously gauging the risk that they are exposing themselves to through their vendor or supplier ecosystem. And another aspect is even internally, there is we see a lot of enterprises, especially IT companies, they adopt DevSecOps as part of their SDLC, right? So it is gaining. What I may say that the aspects are different, but there's a lot of security focus that comes in, irrespective of what you do, whether it's your employees, your partners, your customers. So we see cyber insurance gaining a lot of momentum, where insurers want to be sure about the end customers or their prospects as well. So it is gaining everywhere. AI is one part of it. Second is how the cyber, uh, the whole dynamics has evolved in the COVID pandemic largely, right? The number of attacks have gone up. They have been very, very innovative, right? So I would say zero trust, if I may be allowed to coin it, has become the mantra when it comes to security in today's age. Thank you.
Thanks, Aparna. So you made a very valid point. Zero trust is something which is going to be the mantra going ahead, right? The industry is talking a lot about zero trust, but at the same time, we need to ensure that right set of education also is there, right? And that is something which, with larger organization, with so much of people movement, attrition, new people joining in, right? It is slightly kind of behind the curve the way we look forward. Right? Being a CISO, I understand that because this is my practical challenge that I face. But very interesting viewpoint. Thank you very much for that. So we'll move to Balaji. So Balaji, what is your view? What is that one single practice that you see has changed due to AI/ML or analytics automation in cybersecurity, right? Along with this, if you can give us some view, where do you see the academia also is moving, right? There are a lot of things which are happening or which is happening at universities, CDAC. I'm sure CDAC is also party to a lot of government research projects with the DRDOs and other organizations, right? So where do you see things are moving? What is the adoption of AI/ML or data science when it comes to management of this kind of projects?
So I would like to thank you. Actually, I would like to start from where Aparna left. She mentioned about zero trust. Of course, that is the point where everyone is going on. Now, it's one at one end of the spectrum, it is fine. The zero trust is the thing. But other side, actually, now because of people want you to prove several times. Basically, again, that is called as multi-factor authentication. So you don't not only give a password, but you also type a OTP which you receive in your phone, and you try to. And I'm guessing that it's only going to matter of time that there may be another factor which is going to get added to it to prove yourself. The reason is also really serious. Basically, the reason behind this is today password generators are using a combination of social engineering plus AI techniques. So obviously, let us say that they pick my name, and they somehow manage to pick up the names of my close circle, my organization, and things like that. They feed it to an automatic AI-based password generators, and there's as input parameters, and they can get a set of passwords which can be tried upon. And so this is really going to be authentication is really going to be a very big change which is going to happen. So obviously, when you are forced with this kind of practices, obviously organizations have to adopt multi-factor authentication as one of the things. And of course, meaning keeping your passwords, making it difficult is not going to help, because anyway we have going to forget how if it is going to be really, really tough. So obviously more factors have to get will be getting added. And not only that, and I would like to where Datta left about the behavioral AI. So for example, I generally log in at from 7 to 8 p.m. and suddenly you see me logging in or something out of this boundary. So obviously, then another third important additional factor of authentication can be escalated, or the system starts suspecting that it is not the real you. So this kind of systems are really it is not a one-off systems, but these have become the norm today. So this change has really got really shaped up because of AI. So this is going to really expand. That's what I think.
See, with AI, with ML, system challenging a human being and calling the system as intelligent, I'm not sure where we are ready.
You are right.
So that's on a lighter note, but let's come back to the session. I think the title of the session, your DataOps and SecOps, right? So your SecOps is DataOps, and all your DataOps challenges are now security challenges, right? So considering that, what is the trend you see going forward, right? Probably we are in 2021. Let's say by 2025, where do you see data ops and SecOps are going to converge together in future, right? There are a lot of data ops projects are going on across the world. There are a lot of data churning happening, right? One interesting fact, India is one of the largest or the largest data processor in the entire world. So we process maximum data, which is generated by the entire world, right? And all other countries are probably distant second and third, right? Nowhere nearby India. So considering that, we churn too much of data. So where you see the trend where data ops and SecOps is converging together, probably down the line 5 years, what is your view? Anyone will pick this question.
So from my side, basically, the convergence has already started. Maybe because I'm from research background or something, I might be seeing the convergence has really started, and it's only going to get stronger. The bonding between these two is only going to get grow in the next 2 years, and it is going to become so closely tied up. I think one cannot exist without the other. That's what I feel in the going forward. But of course, yes, it is going to be an integral part of all the practices. And I'm also seeing from the privacy viewpoint, as Aparna has clearly mentioned. So basically, this also will integrate it and might see few augmentations happening along with SecOps. I don't know, maybe privacy ops or something can also come into picture, and both can get integrated into the new system. So and this is integration is the way forward, and it will happen in all the systems. And of course, communications also, there are multiple levels of communication which is happening. And as you rightly said, data is only going to explode and it is not going to decrease. So different levels and different parameters have to be used, and the integration is much clear on the board. It's good.
So, Mr. Datta, if you would like to add something.
If I could add to that, yeah, I think I totally agree with you, Balji. And one of the things, like when DevOps was new, the whole focus was around integration, how development and operations team integrated. And now, over the years, security was something, okay, as a more of an afterthought or some dedicated folks in the room. But now, the SecOps or DevSecOps, I think now what is happening is we are looking at security as an integral part, both at the product development piece as well as when you're doing this SOC level operations. I think that what will really come out of this is more integrated processes where we can, where people will talk more to each other and share best practices and threat intelligence. And then like Balaji said around privacy, definitely that is something that needs a dedicated attention. I mean, like if India is the biggest producer of data, I think by about
processor of data.
Processor of data. Okay. By about time we have a dedicated privacy bill, so hopefully that will come soon.
Okay, interesting. So, Aparna, any views, any thoughts?
Yeah. So this is again a dichotomy of security, right? You want threat hunting, you want threat intel, you're not willing to share, right? So there is only so much intel you can gather by looking at one ecosystem. So we have to make the lines blur a bit. We have to be sure what exactly is privacy, what exactly is security, and what exactly, because if you look at threat aggregation platforms, they thrive because the ecosystem contributes, right? And that is how we can help each other. But though it has started, it needs a lot of, the main aspect is the threat factor is so huge that the openness is not as easy as we would like to. But yes, I agree, it has started. But we slightly need to be aware of the challenges and how we proceed. Otherwise, security will not grow the way we want it to be, the secure SecOps perspective.
Sure, thank you. Okay, now probably let's move to an ultra rapid round where I have just one question, and I would request for all of you to have just one line answer. What would be your advice for audience today? What is the one key takeaway from this discussion that we're having today? What is that you would like to suggest from your end? Well, we will start with Aparna.
Okay. So one key aspect would be that we should not debate data ops, SecOps. It is all there. We have to accept it, and we have to use technology in a very synergized way if we want to gain maximum benefits.
Thank you. Datta?
I mean, like AI is definitely something that is there, but then not something that AI can solve all challenges. I mean, you need to have a process in place where developers, security, and operations team work together. So DevSecOps is something that is a collaborative process and we need to be aware of.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Balaji?
Simple. If you are a security engineer, go and pick up a AI course. If you are a AI expert, please go and pick up a cybersecurity course. So this is the real scenario right now, and the bonding is going to only get stronger and stronger in the coming years. So that's my piece of input to the audience.
I'm sure that is very interesting input for all of us and for audience also. So with this, probably I would like to check with our organizer Aditya. Aditya, if we have any questions from audience. Okay, so if no questions from audience, let's move to one very specific area. Now, what is your view when, okay, so here we have Aditya. Aditya, do we have any questions?
Right, so we have a couple of questions. So first is that, machine learning has been touted to be playing a very important role in cybersecurity analytics. So how does the panel see role of machine learning? Do the panel see it becoming more prominent going forward in cybersecurity advanced solutions and cybersecurity analytics? That is first question.
Sure, probably, I'm not sure. Balaji or Datta, anyone can take this?
Any new cybersecurity product which is coming up, whether it is starting from Splunk or anything, the threat intelligence or threat management, everything is going to be, or even for the factor of basic matter of fact, anomaly detection. Any cybersecurity product today has to have some sort of intelligence built into it, and definitely over the next few iterations of the product, obviously the intelligence quotient is going to get increased. That's the only this thing. So that's what I said just when I was asking a rapid round question. If you are in security engineering, you need to pick up AI, better AI or ML book, similarly ML course, and similarly the other way around. So that is my viewpoint.
Thanks, Balaji. Aditya, we have anything else?
Yeah.
So just, yes, we have a couple more. Other one has just come. And so it's talking about how natural language processing is, transforming the overall cyber risk and compliance landscape, right? Or the overall information security landscape in general. And how does the panel view its role, going forward? Because we are talking about security decade. So of course, probably that's a kind of a long-range question somebody has quoted. But it's from a long-term perspective, how does natural language processing seem to be, playing a crucial role in the overall cyber risk and compliance landscape?
So from data science, we are talking about NLP now. So Datta, would like to take this?
Yeah, I can take a stab at this. So definitely NLP is something that has evolved. In fact, in the last 3 or 4 years, we have seen models like Transformers, BERT, which has really revolutionized NLP. We have moved from like 80% to 90% and more in accuracy. So NLP is evolving. Specific to cybersecurity, earlier it was more around like crime detection and those kind of very niche applications. But now I see, just NLP standalone may not be that applicable, but things like if you can understand the context, like for example, there is a case where you want to understand what has to be the disposition of this alarm. If NLP can look at the historical text data, what was entered, and learn from that knowledge. So the real value of NLP is understanding raw text, getting that knowledge. Now that knowledge can be cybersecurity knowledge and helping an analyst. So I think that is where NLP will play a major role, helping the SOAR system, the security orchestration layer, and incident response layers, where they can actually understand what the previous disposition was and suggest some actions. And then there are other areas like generative models that NLP can give you a concise report. Now, instead of looking at dashboards, if NLP can generate text and give you a concise report. Now, those are some novel ideas which can definitely work on. But specific to NLP, I see those as main applications.
Chandan, may I add something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, right. So actually, we were dealing with one regulatory compliance body, and they wanted us to include something which says that anything that is submitted as proof for, it could be onboarding a vendor or a regulatory report, you need to ensure that you are able to have certain amount of security jargon embedded, saying that you are compliant to NIST, CIS. So this is a very rare requirement, but I think it will come up. It's come from a very different geography, right? But this is where we see, an NLP kind of thing. You don't want to look at the entire regulatory document, but you need to be able to contextualize what is mentioned in it, what category of security compliance that particular report carries. So this is another aspect which the NLP solutions can do.
See, I agree with your view, Aparna. The problem what we see is we prefer to tick that box of NIST or CIS or some other framework, right? We actually miss the entire the phase of security that the solution has to go through, right? Whether it is a data science project, whether it is an automation project, right? Whether it is a simple SDLC project, we miss the entire context, and we prefer to click on a tick box.
Yeah.
Right. So,
I would also like to add to what Datta actually said about email security and things like that. Basically, for looking at email spam filters or safeness scores, basically there is no local language corpus which is available. Today, all the email programs use the English language as the corpus. But what if attackers started sending local language emails and attack them? So we do not currently have a local language corpus, of course, for the Indian languages point of view. So these are certain areas where definitely research and development can happen. These are certain things which I like to add.
Balaji, this is a very valid point. Knowing India's rich heritage of different languages, right? And the kind of mail system that we use, right? It is very difficult if somebody is not using English, rather using something else, right? So very valid point. So back to you, Aditya.
I believe we have 3 minutes at our disposal. So just one question is remaining. Can we take that up?
Sure.
Right. So this is rather an interesting question that says that one of the common pitfalls related to cybersecurity and analytics is that the time necessary to deploy a new cybersecurity analytics program. Right. So how do organizations or enterprises deal with it, particularly as it is scaled up in larger organizations, right? So rapid integration of operational security analytics is a major objective. So I also kind of resonate with the question. So how do enterprises deal with when they're scaling up cybersecurity analytics program in large organizations?
So we'll start with let's say, Aparna, what is your view?
I could not get the question clearly. It is about how do you scale large-scale cyber analytics programs?
Analytics project, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So there, it is also to do with the lack of data. We have a lot of information, but when you sit to run a cyber analytics program, the majority of the time that gets spent is in collecting data and labeling it, right? Which is the starting point, right? And we've done this with a lot of large enterprises, especially BFS, where they have the data, they have everything with them, they are very technology savvy, but the story on the ground is existing are not adequate, right? So there is information, there is terabytes of information. When it comes to categorizing it to data, that is point one. Point two is any AI program requires a certain time frame for maturity. If we try to bypass that, whether it is within security or outside, we will not get the results, right? So there is patience and time along with the right data foundation. So these two attributes, and when it comes to a security organization under a CISO, the tolerance for this is slightly lower than anywhere else, right? Because you want quick results, you want to be there, but the foundation that needs to be built is something. Some of them, I'm sure, Chandan, you would not fall in this category, but not everybody is ready, to say that I may not have the required data to start with. So that's where.
See, I'm wearing the hat of Aditya. I'm not a CISO, at least in this forum. So Aditya, if we have 1 minute, probably I would request Datta also to add the last 30 seconds from his side on this question.
Yeah, this is a very good, and I totally agree with Aparna, data and giving the right time. But From the SecOps side, there are some patterns in the industry, like things like a model registry, which makes it easy. And then like we have a development staging area. And like Balaji said, the MLOps cycle. MLOps, the whole point is so you can develop an automated pipeline. So as you build models, of course, you need to have the right data. I mean, that's a given. But if you have the right data, you don't want to waste time with multiple data scientists using their own standards. So you try to have an MLOps cycle where everything is standardized and you move almost automated from your from your Jupyter notebook to your ML registry to your deployment. So I think MLOps will really accelerate that. And as more AI is being used in cybersecurity, we'll definitely see MLOps being one of the main players there, and we'll all have to adjust to that.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. So we are almost out of time. So back to you,
Yes,
Aditya.
right. So thank you so much, Mr. Chandan, for steering the discussion really well. Thank you so much, Mr. Dattaraj, Mr. Balaji, and Mr. Aparna. And thank you so much to all the delegates who joined in for this particular session and all the relevant questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
Planned earlier, but that's the essence of this hot
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to the DSCI Best Practice Meet 2020. This is the 13th edition of our flagship event. By looking at the digitalization context for the next decade, we have kept the theme for BPM 2021 to be Security Decade, enabling digital innovation of this decade. Welcome to the session on microservice security, heterogeneous deployment, polyglot of programming language and framework, complex trust issue, and decentralized cloud infrastructure. The session would be more focused on the challenges, best practice, possible targets for microservice security. Also, the session would be giving the perspective on the security framework and the perspective on the microservice architecture. We have an eclectic line of speakers deliberating on the microservice security. I would like to invite Mr. Srihari Kotni, CISO, Reliance Payment Solution Limited.
Thank you, Ishan.
Welcome, Mr. Srihari. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Deepa Kuppuswamy, Information Security Architect, Zoho Corporation.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome, Ms. Deepa. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Lakshmi Nair, Managing Principal, APAC Synopsys Software Integrity Solution.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Ms. Lakshmi. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Vikas Yadav, CISO, Nykaa. So I would request all the attendees to share their question in the chat and the Q&A window. The session would be moderated by the Mr. Vikas. Over to you, Mr. Vikas.
Hi, thanks, Ishan. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session on microservices security. So I think with the new age internet companies and the new advancement in technologies today, I think most companies are moving to the new microservices-based architecture. And the times where you had millions of lines of code is changing. And I think the whole shift towards from monolith to microservices architecture has been driven primarily by cloud services. And therefore, we have a lovely panel of speakers today, right from Synopsys to Zoho and Reliance Payment Solutions, Srihari. So we would like to seek their inputs on what are they doing in their companies to implement security in the microservices architecture. I would love to get your views on both how you're securing the base cloud infra, what are you doing for scanning images, how are you implementing security in Dockers, and also overall how are you implementing security in the new SDLC cycle, and how is it implementing with Agile and DevOps. Also, it would be nice to hear your views around the fact that as to how has the relationship between the security and the DevOps teams and the developers changed with this new architecture. Are we facing more challenges than before? Are we looking for better security professionals? I think of calling them security engineers now. So what we'll do is, firstly, I'll give all of you an opportunity to just introduce yourself over a minute and two, and just talk a little bit about your experience. And then we can go over and ask you specific questions in detail as well. Over to you, Lakshmi, if you don't mind giving a short introduction.
Hello, everyone, and really glad to be part of this best practices meet by DSEI. I work with Synopsys as a managing principal and been in the industry for almost 20 years now. Been in different areas of security, starting from I started my journey as a developer and then moved into software security, and then traversed through different areas like risk and compliance, privacy, and also into multiple threat management, threat intelligence experiences, and then now back to software security, where I work with the customers across the region, APAC region, to support them in their software security needs as part of Synopsys Software Integrity Solution. And I also represent WASIS India, that is Women in Cybersecurity India affiliate, as a general secretary and the founding member. And looking forward to this insightful discussion and sharing my views with all of you out here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that brief introduction, Lakshmi. Over to you, Deepa.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It was glad to be part of this best practices meet. I'm Deepa. Have been in this industry for the past 20 years with Zoho. My journey started again as a development and have been the engineering manager of many IT management products. And I transitioned into security over the last 10 years. I had the security team for Zoho
fully responsible for the Zoho Cloud services. And I have also worked with cloud security, DevSecOps, and privacy. These are the areas mainly I focus on.
Thanks, Deepa. Shriyari, over to you. If you can, we're good friends.
Yes, yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Vikas. Thank you. All right, my name is Srihari. As Vikas mentioned, I'm acting as the Chief Information Security Officer for Reliance Payment Solutions Limited. Basically, I have, been 25 years of IT experience with. Over the last 20 years, I've been playing different InfoSec roles actually. So wherever the information security is most needed, I have been traveling from different entities, different domains. For last 7 years, actually, I have been actively into securing the digital payments of Reliance and Jio, right? Thanks for that, DSA for bringing me in. Actually, this is my most one of the important topic because as you know, data has become more like a cash for everyone, but APIs are more like an assets of the organization, right? So the important assets of every organization, right? So the focus is actually more now on the APIs. How do we secure the APIs, which are very quickly, very rapidly changing for every organization, right? So this is about my quick introduction, right? Thank you. Over to you, Vikas.
Okay, thanks a lot, Shriyari. Just to give you a brief introduction about myself, I am presently the Chief Information Security Officer at Nykaa. We are a cloud-native company which sells luxury and beauty cosmetics goods. And though it's nice to see people with a lot of development background, I have a little completely different background. I served for 20 years in the defense, in telecom and infra IT space, and then transitioned to work in information security in first Max Life Insurance and then in Nykaa. So I will look forward to a lot of core domain experience from you, Lakshmi and Deepa, to give us insights and a little bit of practitioner and also a lot of practitioners' perspective, Shriyari, from you. So firstly, over to you, Lakshmi. What do you see? How have things changed since the time you used to write code? And earlier, I think, what was your view of securing applications, and how do you now heading a lot of application security space in Synopsys? How do you see the change, and how do you advise your clients to secure this area? What kind of framework do you ask them to choose? A lot of questions, but I'll leave it to you to move the thread along.
Sure, Vikas. Very interesting question indeed, right? So back then when I started as a developer, right, that was the area when we had just started with the .NET era, and the Java boom was in as well. So a lot of that was, we were the front end, back end, and then we have been talking about all those .NET based interfaces, and then SQL Server and DB2 and those databases. All of this was in the development thing. And honestly, I don't think security was ever a question beyond having a decent login feature at that point in time, right? And but back then when I also look at, right, how we looked at the performance of applications and versus how we are looking at this today, the speed at which we could host an application and get an application loaded, those were the only considerations at that point in time. We were still in that monolithic era, and over a lot of in number of years, at least until last few years, we have still been in the monolithic application era, right? So when I look at how microservices and the containerized development model introduced a drastic change, I would look at primarily when I look at all the advantages in one side, right? Right from the performance measures to how scalable these, how you can kind of containerize different functions and bring in more features that is accessible from anywhere. And the point that you mentioned about the cloud cloud development and cloud space that we are into. So all of this were coming into were the boom that microservices based on development has brought in, right? But then if I look at the flip side of it, yes, all of this is coming with bit of other different security challenges as well. For example, had it been then, we were talking about an authentication which will take care of your end-to-end user authentication across different business flows in an application. Whereas when we look at a microservice-based architecture, the authentication in itself is something that we will look at. Okay, how do I take care of the authentication for my services level authentication versus the user level authentications across different microservices that we are communicating with each other, right? So that's one small part of the challenge that we see today. And then we look at because microservices are running in a lightweight architecture with often and they use HTTP and API services. They do communicate via APIs, right? Most of the communications are happening via APIs today. So they're exposed to a lot of vulnerabilities as well when it comes to the communication and interaction perspective as well. So they're prone to different attacks. Now, coming to the centralized management, I don't think we can talk about services mesh, etc. at a later stage about how we can bring in more standardization in how microservices can interact each other. We'll talk about it at a later stage. But then when we look at a centralized management of different microservices, I don't think we still have a framework or a standard way of looking at how do we put together all of them into place, right? And then the other aspect of how do we each microservices, because they are their own self-sufficient components in itself, they will have their own data storage and encryption mechanism that they will need to take care of. And then how vulnerable they are, how secure they are. Those are some of the considerations that we typically look at when it comes to microservices architecture per se. Now, when I look at how software security organizations or services providers and product vendors are looking at this aspect, is bring in more orchestration, more standardized approach in securing these containers. So that's where we talk about the container security as well, right? So how do we bring in the microservices put into very defined container images, how we can bring in more of a secure by design concept to help to address these risks in an ongoing basis, right? So there the cloud comes as a boom to us. We have Docker and Kubernetes platforms that can give its own way of securing how we host these microservices in itself, and then taking it. Definitely, there are security controls that we need to look at, in like hardening, secret management, so on and so forth. So we need to consider that. Now, if I look at as service providers, what do we suggest our customers? Definitely, the first thing and foremost thing is how do we bring in the shift left concept? How do we bring in secured microservices architecture, and also bringing the best practices in designing your architecture, and also a lot of it is also achievable through the container security areas, right? So one of this that we always support our customers is to look at how do we evaluate the container environment in terms of how your application, how vulnerable your application images within the container are, and how they can be regularly scanned, and also look at hardening standard for all of those images. And then that's something that that's a primary suggestion that we go with our customers on putting together the right architecture before we get into anything else than monitoring, secret management, and etc. Yeah.
Thanks, Lakshmi. I think from a services point of view, I think you really brought out some key aspects of security by design, looking after container security. So I want to ask Shriyari. Shriyari, how many of these concepts are very easy to apply? And do you really get time being in a company which is innovating every day, coming up with new services every day? How much of design is it possible? I'm not talking specifically about Jio, but I think overall industry specifically as to how can you build these best practices which a service provider like or a security consultant like Synopsys would offer you. So how do you bring out these best practices and implement while continuing to support the business with agility? And also your favorite topic after you covered this about API security, or maybe we can talk about it a little more detail. Yes, please. Shriyari, over to you. You're on mute, I believe, Shriyari.
Thank you, Vikas. So I don't want to give some different example.
Can you hear us, Shriyari? I think we can't.
I can hear you. Am I audible now? Is it okay? Fine. Right. So Vikas, so what I'm saying is, so there's nothing such best practices, but you need some practice actually to start with. I don't want to take some other organization because on the fly I cannot create examples like today a financial services organization, right? It can be any organization. Typically you have a wallet and a PC and a merchant acquiring business, right? Imagine. So all the customers would need some kind of 50 to 60 APIs in general. The merchants also would need more APIs because they have to do a lot with the order management, catalog management, coupons, etc., etc. And you have partners actually, close to some 1 lakh plus partners, who typically, use, the partners won't be having many APIs actually, maybe some 10 APIs, debit, credit, right, update, reverse kind of thing. And you have number of APIs, within the organization or the backend systems talk to each other. Right, it's a complete service mess, that will be, each systems will be talking to each, right? So how do we actually, and not only the endpoints are your assets that you are actually, exposing to your outside people. What about the endpoint that you are consuming? Because certain consumption of endpoints also brings in some liabilities, right? In case you are not properly using, if you are not properly securing your credentials that you are consuming the others APIs, the indemnities and liabilities actually on you. So with your permission, I would like to quickly, as I said, I like to summarize quickly, so if you're able to see my screen, oops. Is it coming well? Or it's not coming, isn't it?
Not yet.
Oops, sorry.
It's all right. You try and bring it up. In the meanwhile, what I'll do is I'll ask Deepa once you bring it up. Deepa, what you've been for almost your entire career with Zoho. So how have you seen this thing being transformed? Sorry, I think let Shriyari complete this first, and then we'll.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Shriyari,
right. Right. So I would like to quickly introduce how I handle internally how I govern this APIs. If you are able to see my screen.
Yes, please.
So there is obviously a strategy needed. Actually, as Deepa and Lakshmi have been mentioning that so typically how you want to give your APIs. Is it containers, or is it distributed cloud environment, or is it a single system, right? How your backend is organized. So definitely you need to have a kind of strategy, right? That how you want to control, right? The strategy typically covers, the most business aspects as well as your technological aspects. And you need to have, a kind of the policies, frameworks, checklist. Like, whenever you are actually, giving your APIs to someone, actually, you definitely need to have a kind of checklist. For example, some kind of vendors are providing you some development or giving the products to you. So obviously, you need to have a kind of checklist actually before exposing any or before bringing in any new APIs, right? You need to have some standards that what should be the authentication, what should be my protocols, etc. And the architecture, I think you must have seen that something like ideal architecture or a kind of different architectures you can use. So DevSecOps, I don't want to cover much in that because this is a very hot topic. Like every developer wanted to bring in some new API, right, without giving much window for testing, whether it's infosec testing or functional testing. So imagine that there are one single experience where it requires some 4 to 5 APIs, right? So the 4 to 5 developers actually wanted to independently take each API, right, independently without any integrated testing, right? So what is the impact actually for the from security perspective as well as the customer experience? If the guys independently take all the 4 or 5 APIs which talk to each other and in a different timelines, right? So what are the challenges in this DevSecOps? Doing this automation of this one. So also you next actually is a bit of granular controls you have to define. First thing actually, as I have been saying, that how many organizations really document that these are my APIs, right? These are my API versions. That how many are actually given to InfoSec team that look, these are my this is my current set of API inventory, set, right? So also you have different user access management because as I said, it's a service mesh, right? You have as I said, actually lakhs of e-commerce organizations are using your APIs, right? You have consumers are using your APIs and all. So how do you do the user and access management, right? And how do you actually set your API gateway that which will control the access to your APIs, and how do you do the logging of who is consuming what? And at the monitor level, actually you need to have a fraud management, a step-up authentication. You may wonder that how a service layer actually can do the step-up of authentication. There are ways actually, because you can actually step up authentication based on various factors, right? Who is consuming that APIs and all. And there is actually you can detect the attacks in case someone is actually exploiting these APIs. You should be able to monitor that API consumption, and whenever needed, you can take down any API. For example, you can temporarily bring down a kind of NEFT transfer, or actually a payment API temporary period of time, while not making the user experience bad. Like a user can still see his balance, but he won't be able to do some kind of transfer temporarily, or maybe he is able to do the transfer, but he may not be able to create a new beneficiary, right? So basically, whenever you see some kind of
just to interrupt you, maybe for the sake of time, if you can wrap up so that I can move to the other panelists as well.
Right. So because I'm just covering the last one, actually, that there is something called entitlement. Like this APS one has to regularly review that who is consuming which APIs, and some APIs may be actually outdated, obsolete. You should actually clean up those kind of APIs. So this is the typical framework which we follow to ensure the security of the APIs. Because yeah, sorry for taking some time more. Actually,
no, I think it was a very useful framework, which I think will be helpful. And I think the DSCI is also sharing a set of documents which with all the audience, which can be used. So I think sharing this framework would be useful. In fact, I've already taken a screenshot to try and implement the same in my organization. So I think it's very useful. I think one of the audience has also asked a very simple question. Can you please explain what is being referred to as microservices? So Deepa, I will let you because you're the expert. You, I think, worked from as a software engineer in Zoho to right to now being an information security architect. So I'll request maybe you can talk about your challenges, how they've transformed, what has changed in the microservice environment, and also give a brief explanation of what is exactly microservices. I can answer that, but I think you're better qualified to answer it. So I'll hand it over to you, and then we'll take more questions also. Please.
Yeah, thanks, Vikas. So yeah, for the clarity of the audience on what is microservices. So we had the earlier development architecture of a monolith architecture where we had a 3-tier architecture. There is a web tier, the app tier, and the storage tier. User request lands on a web tier, and from there it passes on to the app tier where all your business logic is coded, and then the storage tier holds the data. This is how software applications were developed. Even I think for the past even before 10 years or even currently, a lot of applications are still developed and deployed in this 3-tier architecture. So if you look at the app tier there, so all your business functionality, all your modules is going to be in a single app tier. Of course, you will scale it with multiple machines, but it is a single monolith. So from there, now what is the disadvantage of a monolith architecture? So yeah, as Vikas had mentioned, I have seen the 20 years of development cycle. I have been working in product where even a small bug fix will take around months to go out because of the dependency, the deployment speed, and the testing required to test the whole app tier. We have multiple dependencies between the various teams and teams getting frustrated. So when you go to a microservices architecture, it can be very simply defined as very loosely coupled services which is going to do one business function well. And a set of such microservices is going to be your application tier. So when I talk about the microservices and the transition from monoliths to microservices, yeah, we had it in our own organization. We had both experiences like transferring from a single monolith to microservices, and also start any new application in a microservices first mode. We do both. And why is microservices? So when I talk about that, so the business goal is to innovate faster. So if you look at a product tech company like us, what does it mean, innovate faster? We need to deliver software rapidly, frequently, reliably. These are the 3 factors. Now the disadvantage of monolithic architecture, when I have to put it in some metrics, now how fast a developer can go to deployment. Once he has done a code checking, how fast it goes into deployment. How many deployments can you do per day? So then what is the mean time to fix an outage or a failure? Or what percentage of your changes resulted in an outage? So all these can be like looked as metrics for how you deliver software rapidly and reliably. And to achieve this goal of delivering software rapidly, reliably, I would put it in 3 points. We call it as a success triangle. We need both all the 3. The first is going to be the process, the DevSecOps, the continuous delivery process, the security by design culture. This has to be the basic that needs to be developed within the organization culture. And then the structure. So when you talk about teams, when you're building a monolithic application with around say 100 people or 200 people, a smaller autonomous and empowered team works well in that process. So which does one thing very well, and they have total independence rather than depending on any other teams. So one is the organization structure, the process, and the third point in the triangle is going to be the architecture, where the microservices architecture provides a better way to achieve this goal. So is microservice architecture the single stop solution for all your problems? Of course not. Again, if you don't have the other 3 things, the proper DevOps, or you don't have automation testing, you don't have the inbuilt secure by design approach, you don't have security scanning tools, the microservices are just moving to microservices architecture is not going to give you the promised agility results. And even when you transition from a monolith architecture to a microservices architecture, we need to look at how do you split those microservices. It can be on a basic business functionality that goes with one microservices, because we have had this problem sometimes developers, they go overboard and say, okay, more the microservices, more the merry, and we have a lot of 200, 300 microservices for a complex application. The number is not important here, but it is very important to arrive at a service decomposition logic. Because when you have a lot of microservices which is not split properly, that can again increase your east-west traffic, can increase your operational complexities. And again, we had one more challenge where even after splitting the microservices, any change now required changes across all the microservices. Then you're not doing it correctly. So if you don't have the independent microservices where the teams can be independent and deploy on their own, so your service decomposition logic needs to be worked upon. And the other aspect, as from a developer, prior developer, now as a security member. So, but I feel still we as a, though it has microservices has some challenges, we as a security community should be open to embrace these microservices basically because, yeah, we have a simpler module code structure, which is the security complexity, I would say, is going to be a very big enemy for security. So we have a very simple code structure that is going to aid us in all ways. And also faster distribution of security patches. Now with this microservice architecture, I think we could do multiple deployments a day, and any vulnerability that is found gets fixed and goes into production easier, which is a win for the security team. And it also reduces the overall risk. Say, if you are designing your microservices well, even a security vulnerability, the impact it's going to cause is going to be within that microservice, and it does not allow the lateral movement to other microservices. And availability as such. So now you can scale those microservices independently. So that is more beneficial, and it increases the availability posture of the application. So these are some good scenarios where microservices, specifically for the security community, we should be open to embrace the microservices. The other thing I want to talk about is the polyglot architecture is one keyword when we talk about microservices. So in the development side, this gives the advantage of the developers can pick up their own technology stack, they can pick up their own programming language. Before, if it was a monolith architecture, you're tied to possibly one programming language. If it is Java, it is like all modules, all functionalities in Java. Now the developers, they have the freedom to look at various technology stacks or programming language which will be beneficial for their own module. But this again brings in a security challenge also, because we need security experts in those specific areas who should take responsibility for defining the security practices, guidelines, and even the security planning tools. Like, say, if I'm going to bring in Python, I'm going to bring in Go language. So we should have the specific security static code analysis, dynamic testing, and these should be integrated into the build process. So from a centralized organization, we also move to an approach where security experts are embedded within each microservices team. So that is the
Thanks, Deepa. I think I couldn't, I think no one could have explained it better. And I would love to get you on a session with my developers and my security team as well. I think the kind of explanations which Lakshmi, Srihari, and Deepa have given should give a very good introduction to microservices as well. I will not be able to add value to this thing, but I can also add an analogy in terms of how, let's say, bees build a honeycomb structure. So when bees go around building a small honeycomb, honey cell, so a microservice is something like that. It's self-contained, independent on its own. And when additional services keep adding, each cell builds and becomes a strong fabric together. So that's a very like a human analogy or a real life analogy to microservices. But what we also need to understand is that microservices have their own requirements in terms of like what Deepa mentioned. You need to have a strong environment for virtualization, cloud as an enabler. Though obviously on-prem microservices can also be deployed. Also, additional services like the ability to deploy faster. So, because we have a very less time available, what I'll do is I'll ask a very few specific questions which the audience have asked. One specific question was, have you seen, what is your opinion about overuse of microservices? Can you quote a few examples where this approach should not be used? Please try to
Sorry, Vikas is out. Shall I take it on? Actually, in the Vikas absence, if I'm audible. So there are a couple of questions. What I've seen is actually that how does the API gateway secure the APIs? And the second is that is the there is AI in continue to secure the APIs. With your permission, just I would like to answer this. Again, I would like to share my screen. Apologies, this is not my creation. Actually, I have stolen it from Summit, but I thought it's relevant. So. Right, so I would like to explain that, give an example that imagine that this service 1 is a core banking system, service 2 is actually a kind of NEFT transfer, service 3 is actually a kind of debit or payment API, and the fourth one is a balance inquiry API, right? And all these APIs also have to talk to each other. For example, while doing the NEFT transfer, for example, service 3, service 3, so service 3 has to talk to service 1 also after making the payment. It has to say that, look, debit 1,000 rupees from account number 1 and credit it to the account number 2, right? There is a lot of inter-talking of API should happen, right? And also, client is the one who is initiating, whether he want to have a balance inquiry or whether he want to do, a kind of NEFT transfer or he want to change some kind of profile information, right? So here is the API gateway comes into picture, where I'm actually offloading, that deciding that who can access which API, right? For example, service 2, service 3 can talk to service 1, but not to service 4. Or similarly, service 1 cannot talk to, service 2, service 3, vice versa, right? And also client can actually do directly certain, access to service 2 and 3 and 4, but not service 1, right? So all these rules, etc., you can actually define the API gateway. In addition to that, you can enable a number of controls, something like a kind of web application firewall, or kind of session management, or rate limiting, or what type of authentication, different types of authentications are available, right? Or kind of encryption. There are many ways. Today API gateways are actually enriched with number of features. And for someone actually organization like Reliance, no API gateway is actually fitting into the requirement. So we have made our own API gateway actually to meet all the requirements. Right. So this is what is actually answering one question. Second question is that someone is asking that is the AI can be used? Yes. AI can be used, if you want to set up some rules actually that why there is a extensive use of like AI can be any rules, right? It can be authentication or excessive usage or fraud, right? Or someone actually, for example, like a fraud management rules. A client is actually generally sitting in Hyderabad, but actually suddenly he started accessing from from Bihar, let's say, right? Or some kind of remote place in Bihar, right? Or multiple actually clients are using the same account, right? So many ways actually that today we can actually build the AI-based concepts and AI-based capabilities on the API gateway as well as in other services where actually they can bring in a lot of value to secure the APIs. Right. So this is a short answer from my side for some of the questions. Right. I hope this answers. Sorry, because
Yeah. No, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I think we all troubled with the internet was. So thanks a lot for the good answer. I was able to take some snippets in the end, share you, and obviously I'll connect offline as well. I think before we just end, any three, one or two pointers from each one of you for the audience to take away. If I request you to brief because I think our time is already over. Just last key points, maybe one or two maybe just one guideline or thing you want to take away from this session. Lakshmi, first to you.
Hi. So I wanted to take the analogy from of the honeycomb that you mentioned, right, Vikas? So one of the things that, and I think that's a key takeaway that I wanted to give to the audience as well. So honeycomb, if you throw a stone to that, it's very easy that it can break and it can create a chaos around, right? So the same thing could happen if you have microservices which are very tightly connected. Definitely they are working very well together. But when we look at the failure mode, and if one of this fails and that gets transferred into all associated nodes, that would be a complete DDoS situation, right? So when we put together a microservice architecture, I think it's important that each of them should take care of the failure mode in its own, and that doesn't pass on to the overall performance of the other components within the application. So that's one takeaway in terms of the availability of microservices that I want to pass.
Lakshmi, thanks a lot. Wonderful advice. Deepa, any final tip from you in short 1 or 2 lines?
Yeah. So we have come a long way in all this microservices architecture. We've seen a lot of successful deployments. I would like to quote a few standard references. There is a NIST one and there is a Cloud Security Alliance. Both of these organizations have even released basic standards to follow for the secure microservices architecture. That would be a good place to start with. And yeah, do it much in the design phase. So again, secure by design is also the mantra we should follow even when you go for a microservices architecture. Plan before on what you are going to build as a microservices, how is it going to affect your development life cycle, and how is availability, resiliency, as Lakshmi pointed out, how are you going to factor it there? That would be my point.
Great. I think that's very useful advice, and that's why Zoha is presenting some great podcasts.
Thank you for that.
Really, I think you've given wonderful advice and snippets, and I would love really be helpful if you share it, your slides with the audience as well as with us also. And any final tips?
Yeah, so right, the final one actually, because now everything is becoming an APS, right? So you have to deal with hundreds of APS in every organization, and every day there will be a lot of changes, right? So you can't stop the deployment at the same time. You have to trade between securing the APS as well as helping the faster deployment of the APS. So you have to draw a balance. Then for that you have to do some kind of classification of APIs or the systems which are actually involved, and you have to let some systems go with the rapid deployment of the APIs, right? That you have to take the call, right? And also at the same time, you have to trade some kind of negotiation of the toll gates that look, I let you deploy all these APIs at your will, but this specific set of APIs are where the customer experience is affected or some kind of payments related, financial and all. You won't actually want it to be deployed automatically using the CI/CD pipeline, right? As I said earlier, 4 developers take actually 4 APIs, but finally actually something goes to the user experience thing. That's where actually you want to stop, and because as a standalone API, where you have the Postman collection testing and all, it's not really an efficient testing. Actually, if you get just a Postman, because the complete logical assessment, actually business logic and exploitation assessment, you can do it only through an integrated testing. So you have to give a way trading actually that the fast deployment as well as security of deployment. That's the
I think Lakshmi, Deepa, Srihari have all given very useful inputs. I think my final takeaway would also be from the business logic part, which Srihari was talking about. Do understand the business, see how it works for there, and also try and integrate your security aspects to them. And finally, the security for all security practitioners, have a great relationship with the developers, DevOps, and other teams as well. Thanks a lot, and thanks to DSCI for giving us this opportunity to talk about microservices and how to implement security within that. Thanks a lot, everyone. Over to you, Ishan, the DSCI team. Thanks a lot.
Great, Vikas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Vikas, for moderating the session, and thanks a lot, Mr. Srihari, Ms. Deepa, and Ms. Lakshmi. Thanks a lot for the wonderful session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ishan.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the last parallel track for today's proceedings. This is stage 2, and we're discussing a rather important theme, which is around women's security leadership development. So this is being jointly hosted by DSCI, Target, and EWF. So to do the honors, first let me invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO, DSCI. Next, we have Ms. Brenda Berkey, Senior Director, Cybersecurity, Target. Next, let me welcome Ms. Nita Dolce-Moore, Director, Leadership Development, EWF. And this discussion would be moderated by Ms. Nidhi Agarwal, Director, Engineering, Information Security, Target. And before I hand it over to Nidhi, let me quickly mention the title for this particular discussion. So the title of this session is Bolstering Cybersecurity Leadership Development, under which we are talking about 3 things: promoting diversity, honing skills, and optimizing workforce. Over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, Aditya. Very good afternoon to all of you. I hope that you are having a wonderful session so far. And before I get into this session, I'm really excited, looking forward for this session for today. Women around the world have been deeply affected and impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, which has heightened the inequalities that they see on day-to-day basis, both at work and at home. Women have faced enormous challenges in staying in their respective roles past year. If I were to talk about myself, my day-to-day life got impacted too. I mean, juggling between different priorities, integrating work with home was extremely pressurizing. As a mother, I have to ensure I keep my kid engaged, make sure she has everything she needs to continue her online education. As a leader of the team, I have to keep my team engaged. We don't have face-to-face meetings anymore and those hallway conversations, but how to keep them motivated was something that I had to take care of. And to top it all, I have to do all the household work with literally no help. And we all have been going through this, and we all know the stress it puts under us. It's been pressurizing, it's been stressful. And one reason for that is the expectations from us didn't change. What changed was the environment in which we were operating. It was less conducive than what it was before. Women today are craving for development much more than ever. Providing development opportunities is one of the top priorities of organizations like Target. And today, I have with me EWF Executive Women Forum and DSCI leaders talking about certain programs that they bring forward for this community in India. Before I get started, I would request my esteemed panelists to introduce themselves. Brenda, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for having me today. My name is Brenda Bierke. I'm a Senior Director at Target, which is a large retailer based out of the US, but we also have headquarters in India. And so during the day, I lead the cyber risk function, which consists of policy, training awareness, and controls testing is kind of a simple way to say it. So all things compliance, vendor security, and the individual member of EWF. And over time, Target did become a corporate benefactor, and I became the EWF champion, which means I help to engage other women within Target with EWF, as well as around the region and the nation, to help connect women, help us understand best practices, and just general networking. And then also Target works with DSCI. We have a D&I path within the DSCI conference, and we are here to talk about the December conference. And so I'm really excited about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. Linda, do you want to go next?
Sure. So happy to be here with everyone. My name is Linda Dolce-Moore. I'm the Director of Leadership Development for the Executive Women's Forum. And it's my job to look across our community, which is a global community, and understand what are the specific leadership development challenges our women have, and then create programs that help to equip them with the skills to compete and advance in senior levels. So the Executive Women's Forum is the premier organization dedicated to building and retaining women leaders in information security, risk management, and privacy. And most importantly, we're a powerful sisterhood of women really striving to achieve common goals, and we're all committed to each other's success. The EWF has been in existence for 19 years, and we develop programs and events for women at every stage in their career. And we're so pleased to have Target as a benefactor and partner. And it was Target, as Brenda said, who introduced us to Rama and the wonderful industry body of DSCI. And together we have formed an alliance to address some of the leadership challenges women in India face. So I'm really excited to be here and excited to participate in this conversation, and also excited to bring a program forward that is valuable and relevant to some of the issues that women in India face from a leadership development perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. Rama. Thank you, Lily. First of all, it's a great opportunity for the DSCI team to be partnering with Target and DWF in this overall women in security and bringing a new program which we'll unveil more info on that as we go along. So I'm Rama Vedashri. I've been with the DSCI team for the last 5+ years, overall 35+ years in the technology industry. I continue to be passionate about this industry, which is truly an equal opportunity industry worldwide and in India. And right now, I think in cybersecurity particularly, we have a lot more to do in growing women leaders and in increasing the workforce in cyber and creating more opportunities for women to enter this challenging domain. And this program, Women in Security of DSCI, is all about that.
Thank you, Rama. Thank you, all of you. It makes me very proud and privileged to moderate this session where I have 3 experienced leaders across the globe coming together and talking about something that the entire cybersecurity community in India can benefit from. Now, let's get to some questions that I have set up for you guys. Target, EWF, and DSCI have been working together to bring leadership development to our community. So, Brenda, my first question would be for you. Why is it important for you and leadership, Target leadership primarily?
Well, I wanted to start by saying team members are really important to Target, and we do have headquarters in both the US and India. And so we really are focused across the globe. And in fact, we have team members across the globe, not only those 2 places, but those are our headquarters. And as I've been working in cybersecurity for many years, I pay attention to what is the diversity mix within cybersecurity. In the United States, it's around 20-25%, depending on what report you're looking at. But worldwide, including India, it's only 11% of women are represented. And to me, that's really an issue that I like to have an impact on. And, within that 11%, only 5% of women are within management. That, to me, is something that we can definitely change with leadership development, especially now. And it's just really important that other women help support each other. And so it's more important than ever for women to do that in an effective way. And so through Target becoming a EWF corporate benefactor for many years, Target working with DSCI for many years, we came together as key partners and just saw a clear opportunity to combine forces and develop this leadership opportunity for ladies within India as we go to DSCI in December. So we've connected. Linda has interviewed over 50 leaders, HR professionals, women in security to understand what is unique about women in India, and she has developed customized content that will be delivered at DSCI.
Thank you, Brenda. Identifying opportunities and then trying to make a difference really fuels us, right? And I can indeed vouch for it as a Target team member myself. Linda, Brenda touched upon the research that you have done and the numerous sessions that you have hosted, and I'm fortunate to be part of one of them myself as well. My question to you would be, what are some early leadership themes or opportunities that you found to be common in these sessions?
So some of the recurring themes are around self-belief, what I believe to be true about myself, and having confidence about oneself. And also, I've repeatedly heard this concept of using one's voice to share ideas, to advocate for their ideas, and also sharing ideas and using voice in a way that a woman is being heard in the room. So really wanting to be bold and courageous in a way that influences outcomes and also influences one's career, right? Taking control and being in the driver's seat of one's career. So those are some of the repeated themes I've heard. Also, as has been mentioned earlier, the theme of work-life integration and the transition between how I am at work versus, my role at home. So those are some of the recurring themes that I've heard across all the amazing women that I have had the great fortune to speak with in India.
Thank you, Linda. And with my experience, I completely believe in the fact that I think the themes would be similar across the globe, if not exactly the same. I think we all are juggling with similar problems at different levels, with different level of priorities and difficulties. So thank you.
You're welcome. You are right. I mean, some of the things that I hear the exact same thing in the United States, Europe, and across the globe. So it's really interesting that many of us struggle with the same things. And that's why I think when Brenda said women coming together to support one another, to recognize that we are not alone in some of the challenges that we have, and then co-creating ways forward, which I think is just so powerful.
Definitely, definitely. Rama, you being leading such a big organization in India, why it is important to you and for DSCI to get involved in this initiative and partnering with Target and EWF?
That's a great question, Nidhi. Actually, my team and I hit upon this need for a special program on women and security slightly accidentally. I'll come to that in a little while. Even if you look at the overall technology industry, the cybersecurity industry and the ecosystem is part of the overall industry. I think in IT sector particularly, I think the diversity and the gender gap, there is a lot of attention. There are diversity inclusion programs that are driven, and we now see women across the board, entry level, mid level, management across various functions, and also several women CEOs in India. We also see that in some other sectors like banking. So a few years back, when our team was deliberating on many of the conferences that we host, the participation of women, both as delegates and speakers, was very low. And whenever we used to do a CISO meet, it was very low. We really didn't despair about that. Of course, it was a reason to, not so feel not so great about it. But we said, what can we do about it? So I think when I took over DSCI and I would come to this annual Information Security Summit or go for any, CISO briefing meetings or in Mumbai or in Bangalore, there would hardly be any women CISO in the room. Whereas I think the important thing is what can we do as industry ecosystem players, because no one single entity can solve the problem. Are we moving the needle year on year, quarter on quarter? Now, when we see the CISO members, women CISOs among DSCI's membership, I see many across banking, oil and gas, of course, ITS, technology industry. So that's a great thing. So for us, the thing about women in security spans across various stages of somebody's career. We are focused on entry level, mid level, but we are now trying to bring a special program for women leaders in cyber in partnership with Target and EWF. Because I think an overall grooming or nurturing women to become technology leaders or business leaders, there are a lot of such management development programs, but cybersecurity leadership requires a separate track, and we are trying to see how can we add value to that, not only to ones who have already become CISOs, but there are many, team members of current CISOs who may not be women leaders. What can we do to, grow them and make them aspire to become that leader? Finally, of course, they'll get it on merit and they will not get it because they're a woman. But at least if this leadership program will give them confidence to aspire to put up their hand when there is a CISO opening in their company, I think we would have done our job.
Thank you, Rama. I think to all the leaders listening to this session and all the leaders here, it takes us back to our journeys when we started, being probably the single and the only woman on the table whereas the rest of them were men. And we have come a long way. I mean, and there's a huge difference. I mean, in my short career of like 15 years, I have seen the difference, but we have a long way to go. And it's very encouraging to see organizations recognizing that this is an opportunity and then coming together to solve it. Not that I'll do it on my own. They're just getting together with who all are the other players who can come together and make this as a bigger movement, I would call it, rather than a program, and make a difference to the entire community. So thank you so much. We touched upon limiting belief and confidence as a common opportunity. Both Linda, Rama, and Brenda, all of you talked about it. And so, Rama, this is question to all of you actually. What is your perspective on this common limiting belief or having low in self-confidence? Or as Rama said, you should raise hand, at least you should know that you can raise hand when there is an opportunity. What are your perspectives on this? And second, what is that one advice which you would give to all our attendees here today? So anyone can take it first.
Well, I'm happy to start because
Sure.
as a leadership coach and consultant, this is a lot of the work that I do is helping to create awarenesses for women, with what is going on internally, because all change starts internally. So really first, it's to have awareness of that inner voice that speaks to our limitations, or maybe tells us we're an imposter, or we don't belong at the table, or maybe we don't have the qualifications for that next level. And then really recognizing that we are the creator of that voice, that inner voice, and we have the opportunity to change the tune or the repetitive words so that we speak power to ourselves versus fears. We all have about 60,000 thoughts a day, and 80% of them are the same thoughts that we have had yesterday. So many of us ruminate the same thoughts over and over again. So first, it's to have awareness of that voice and what those thoughts are that we keep having. And then the goal really is to move our inner critic to be our inner champion, so that we all set the stage to perform at our best, do good work, achieve, things that maybe we didn't think were possible, and, really lead fulfilling lives at work and at home. So that's what comes up for me here, and what I coach many women around the globe around. First, awareness of that voice, then recognize you're the person creating those thoughts, and then figuring out how to change those thoughts. It sounds easy. It is not a small task, because we all have those repetitive thoughts over and over again. But we all have the power to make positive change in our life, and it all begins with what we tell ourselves internally.
And then I would add to that to say women supporting women can help to influence that and move along the progress. So one of the programs I'm involved in through Executive Women's Forum is something called LIFT. And it's a mentoring program where you fill out a profile of all your experiences, your strengths, what you would like to enjoy working on, and the mentee fills out similar. And then they have a matching system within EWF. And so I've gone through EWF and I've had 10 different mentees over time. And of course, I also mentor outside of EWF. It's just really important to me that we connect and support each other. EWF also does have training on their platform for master mentoring. And so that's a certification you can achieve. But the thing I would call out is, as we're highlighting confidence and perhaps limited beliefs, everybody has different goals and different aspirations. And so what's really important, in my view, is to say, what do you enjoy doing? And have that awareness. And also don't think about what you want to achieve, but why you want to achieve that. Because maybe the role that you want in the future doesn't even exist today. And so if you can find those characteristics, that's what's more important. And also understand, what are you really good at, and soar with that. How can you make those things that you're really good at even better? And so that's what I like to work on when I'm in a mentoring relationship. And the other opportunity I would call out, as I've been working with lots of different women, is that there's really a need to be aware of how others view you. And so what I would offer is don't shy away from feedback. It's really, truly a gift. It doesn't mean it's a gift you have to accept. You don't have to agree with it, but you want to hear it and understand what it is. And so my recommendation would be, upon identifying all that information, see what you can do to make just a 3 to 5% little tweak and change in your behavior, and it'll make a really big difference. And so while the traits might be confidence and might be limited beliefs, either way, you can build out a plan, and you can do it with someone who is, your champion and wants to support you in that.
Thank you, Brenda. Rama?
So partly, I would say the problem is maybe I second the thoughts of both Linda and Brenda. Partly, the problem could be the confidence and of the women, but it's also a big function of the organizational milieu and the leadership culture and style. It's a combination of the two which actually hampers a lot of opportunities for women. What I would say is that I think the important thing for any woman leader to grow is be willing to take on responsibilities which probably a new role which is not clearly defined. In my last so many years, I've always seen my peers or even team members who are women leaders shying away from taking on a new role which is not a well defined or a structured role, or not willing to take on a role where you're probably moving from a large team management role to sometime a totally new role in an organization, which could be a new growth area or a new strategic division. Because it means transitioning from a large team, large division, business unit to often an individual contributor role where the first 6 to 12 months you don't even know what the expectations of that role is. You define the role. I think my only input would be is if women are more open to take on new roles that come in the organization, which initially may seem like not growth in your career, but once those kind of roles will actually give you a more 360-degree view of how to grow your leadership traits, how to work in an ambiguous situation, drive a new charter. And another thing I would say, particularly in the cybersecurity domain, while it is a lot of internal, technical, and team management, this role also involves external stakeholder management. So that's one area I think some nurturing and mentoring and role models are important, because traditionally women professionals have shied away from roles which require a lot of external stakeholder management. In cybersecurity, as you carve out a path of becoming a CISO, there would be the need to engage with the ecosystem. So I would say these two things are critical. And Nidhi, I have actually seen whenever there are role models. I don't know if you know, 10, 15 years back, there was no banking sector CEO. So once a banking sector woman CEO came up in India, we suddenly saw so many banks have women CEOs. Same thing happened in the technology sector. Now, if you see year on year, the number of women CISOs in India, and now if you take account, even a power utility has a woman CISO, which we haven't seen, 5, 10 years back. So I think we need these role models. So the moment when you see a woman leader in a critical sector, many other women leaders will feel, inspired and also start feeling confident. If this lady can take on this role of a CISO of a large bank, probably I can also do that. I think we need role models too.
That's very inspirational. I just became speechless for a second. That's worth advice that we all got in 1 minute. But before going to my next question, I would just want to summarize this for my audience here. So the key takeaways for me is lead a fulfilling life. That's what Linda covered. Come out of your apprehensions and try to do what you want to do. Where Brenda talked about identify why you want to do what you want to do and welcome feedback. It's a gift that you may not take it if you don't want it. I really love that sentence. And last but not the least, Rama mentioned two things which are very, very important. It's get out of the comfort zone, try to do something new. As there is a saying I heard some long time ago, somebody told me, if there is no chair at the table, get a chair for yourself. So I think that's that's what it is all about. I mean, if you don't see there is a woman there who can be your role model, try to become a role model for others. Thank you so much for such great pieces of advice that you gave. Moving on to my next question, we were talking about community, right? How we can help the cybersecurity professional communities outside. My next question is more taking a step back and asking you all is how a leader in a best way support another leader, or to put it, how does peer-to-peer support works? Brenda?
Yeah, sure. So I would say having those connections with your team, with colleagues and peers, with external partners is all really important. And we can support each other through all those venues. But to connect, to learn, and to grow, implementing best practices are really just opportunities that you don't want to not take advantage of. So I'll tell a couple of stories, and you'll just see opportunities in your day-to-day interactions if you're paying attention. So I will tell you, one year I was flying to a conference, the EWF conference, in fact, with a group of women, all from Target. And we were standing around waiting for our airplane to let us board and take off. Well, as I was talking to everybody, I suddenly came to the realization that I was the only one who knew everybody. The other women who also worked at Target did not know each other. And so that was just like a flag to me to say, you know what? Yeah, we want to support each other through external mentoring and through EWF and through all these different avenues, but we should look right inside our own company as well. And so we have built a community of cybersecurity women within Target to support each other as well, which is really fantastic. The other thing I would say is, earlier I talked about, we have a headquarters in the US, but we also have headquarters in India. And through that, our team members and women in cyber, we really now work to support each other, and we get to know each other and who we are and what we're working on. But as I was working more and more in the India headquarters and with women in security in India, I noticed that we lacked an opportunity to reach out and connect with other women in cyber within India. And so, we really wanted to take that opportunity to, why aren't we learning from other women in India? Because certainly there's going to be gold mine of information. And so back in 2018, we held our very first regional event for EWF in a hotel conference room, and women came. And it was fantastic. And from there, we've just, continued to grow and create momentum for EWF and the connection of women in the community. And that's kind of where we have led to where we are today.
Yes, definitely. And I've been fortunate enough to be part of every step in this. Rama, would you want to add anything to it?
Actually, even Brenda, our first Women in Security roundtable or a workshop, as you call it, was done in partnership with Target in a best practices meet in a hotel in Bangalore. And then, of course, we hosted a bigger one in your Target campus in Bangalore. So where I would say peer-to-peer mentoring, really, not only just mentoring, just peer-to-peer engagements and networking helps, because we learn from each other, right? Sometimes every leader has a problem. It could be taking on a new role or going on a short-term assignment for 6 months and making home and work priorities happen. I think just talking to another peer, it need not necessarily be from the company, from some other company also. Talking to another peer or another senior industry member always opens up your eyes on how did they address this problem and gives you some hand holding. And it's also not just among women leaders. We are beginning to see a lot of leaders who are willing to give that time to mentor some of their younger women team members so that they can grow in their careers. So overall, what I would say is any peer-to-peer collaboration, more often outside the company when you talk, I think people's ideas open up, and sometimes what you see as a mega problem in your career move may actually look like a very minuscule problem because somebody else has addressed it in a way, and you'll have an opportunity to think through it with a fresh lens, right? So I would say it's extremely important, but also some bodies like DSCI, other industry forums, which can bring people together, because often you don't know who those other peers, even in your own city, are. Or all you know, Nidhi doesn't know some campus opposite Target campus in Bangalore. Is there somebody I can connect? So there should be some forums which facilitate bringing people together, of course, within the company and outside the company.
Thank you, Rama. Linda, would you want to add anything? Have any different
Yeah,
thoughts?
the only thing I would add is there is so much power in sharing and in community. And I think there are so many places we can find community. Just the listening sessions that I did, sometimes there were groups of 8 or 10 women. And I think just the sharing of the obstacles or the challenges that maybe get in their way connected these women together. So I just think wherever we can find community, one of the deepest needs all humans have is to connect with others. And I think this concept of community, whether it's the EWF, your peers at Target, DSCI, wherever you can find those opportunities to connect, share, grow, learn from what someone else has done, and co-create ways forward are always just invaluable.
Thank you. Thank you. I would just want to share one of my experiences. I heard what Brenda said. We talk about communities, we talk about going over and beyond our organization, but yes, it takes a while to even identify that we have to know people who work with us, who are around us in day-to-day lives. When 5 years ago, when my leader asked me to create a group of security women in India, and we proudly call it Swati, which is Security Women at Target in India, I was a new person, new joiner in Target, and there were 25 women, and I didn't know anybody. But I had to create a group. I had to get this group doing something, and for that, I had to know them. And I talked to my leader, and I said, "You know what? I don't know anybody." So he's like, "Go take them for a coffee." And 25 coffees seemed to be a too big a task for me at that point of time, but it was needed, and I had to come up with something very different. So we tried to do this something called inner spaces. So what I did is we made one woman once a month the chief guest. Rest all of us will sit around her, and we just get to know her. We don't talk about work, we just talk about her. She's the center of attraction, so we get to know her learnings, her mistakes, her areas of opportunities, her strengths. And that's how we have built a very strong community. And Rama had worked with Swati, so as you, both of you have also done it. So Target in India leads the security women group through this community only. And yes, we started by knowing ourselves first, and then going and extending our hands and joining hands with EWF and DSCI. Thank you. Um, when I started this session, we talked about a program, and I'm sure my audience will be waiting to hear more about it. So, first, it's exciting to see the collaboration between all three organizations, and I know you have been doing a lot of background work to make this possible. Now, my question to all of you is, what can we expect from this leadership program? And very, very important, what are the plans for December?
Well, I can start with that. So first of all, I want to express much gratitude to Rama and DSCI and Linda and EWF for coming together and really working to deliver such an exciting program coming in December at DSCI. So really, we'll have a deep focus on leadership development, customized just for this audience, and I'm so excited about it. The other thing I'm really excited about is how we'll be kicking off the event. And what we'll be doing is I, of course, have a current EWF Lift mentor. Her name is Sneha. And we will be doing a joint presentation to kick off the event. And the reason we're doing that is because one of the things that she really wanted to work on is presentation skills. And so we are working from now until then on presentation skills. And we are excited to have just a fabulous kickoff for our big, important DSCI event. So I want to highlight that. I'm really excited about it. So Linda, do you want to tell more about the program that you've been doing so much research on?
Sure. So that's exciting, Brenda. And I love that that it's experiential and that it's working towards something. And I think that what I'm creating in the 2-hour program that we'll do in December, it will also be experiential, right? So it's not just learning new concepts, it's figuring out how to experiment with them and actually have the opportunity to use some of them. So I'm creating a 2-hour program tailored to all the themes and the listening sessions we've done with the women in India. And some of the outcomes and results that I'm looking for is to really elevate all the participants' awareness of those internal confidence hacks and show them how to restore and raise their confidence to make positive life changes and to really take some bold steps in whatever it is that they want to achieve in their career. So, as I mentioned earlier, the program is going to focus on minimizing the fears, the inner thoughts that maybe undermine some of the things that we do and amplify the voice to speak to greatness. It's also going to have a component of being intentional about how the participants use their voice to advocate for themselves, their ideas, drive positive change for themselves, their work, and their company. So I'm really excited about the possibilities. I'm excited for the opportunity. And I have been so honored in all these listening sessions at the candor with which women share. So I'm really excited to take all that and to put it into a learning framework for all the women who participate to thrive.
Thank you, Linda. Rama?
Yes, we had actually, DSCI team had already hosted first a session with several leaders, both HR, CISOs, which included men and women. Some of them were also women leaders, founders of startups. It was a good cross section. We hosted a workshop first along with Brenda and Linda and both the target EWF and DSCI teams. And post that, it's not like we are baking a program sitting in our offices. We had listening sessions where I think Linda and team connected with more than 50 leaders to understand what are the key challenges that needs to be addressed in growing women leaders. So the program will be launching at our flagship event, which is the next edition of Annual Information Security Summit, where we do hope that several women leaders will join and several organizations will nominate their mid-level women leaders to undergo this program. It's not just a one-off program. We hope to be partnering with EWF and Target so that we can bring a series of programs. And we'll be announcing the program to all our members and the entire community.
Thank you, Rama. Before I close, is there anything else that any one of you would want to cover that I could not cover in my questions? Any experience during this information collection that you want to share, or anything that makes us more interesting, that makes this program even more exciting for you? Because I just see the passion behind it that all three of you have put in. Just wanted to know how your experience have been so far while doing this together.
Well, for me, it's been an honor. I adore Brenda. I adore everyone. I see the uniqueness in everyone, and it's my goal to understand what the strengths are of each person who I get the opportunity to meet and who attend any of my programs, so that we can bring that forward so that they can be their best self. And that's really what I see my job as the Director of Leadership Development. But so honored to have had the opportunity to meet some of these fabulous women, hear what their obstacles are, and then for me to figure out a way to create skills and learnings for them to be able to move beyond them and achieve great things. So I feel very blessed and fortunate to be with all of you today and to have the opportunity in December.
Thank you.
I guess one thing I would say in terms of the observations I've had in the interviews is that there's definitely a theme around, there's just a need to have some courage and transparency to kind of move to the next level. We are all like deep subject matter experts. We can execute, we can get results, or we wouldn't be in the jobs that we're in today. And to take it to the next level, we need to figure out how to collaborate, build effective teams, stakeholder management, driving engagement, having a strategic mindset, all of these other things that are very big and, you influence, you can't necessarily control. And so raising your hand and say, those are the things I'd like to develop. It takes courage to say that, but it's important that you do so, because your leaders do want to support you and they have to understand where you want to go. And so I think that this program will help you to not only build those skills, but also build up the courage to raise your hand and say, I want to go over there.
Rama, do you have anything that you want to add?
I think, I mean, first of all, it's a great opportunity for us to bring a global program which has been successful in other geographies into India, and that too a leadership development program which is specific to cyber women leaders. I think it's a great opportunity. I think based on the first program, I'm sure there'll be more learnings and takeaways for us. And when we craft the series of programs, I would like to reassure that we'll work with the EWF team so that learnings from the first program are baked into as we build a series of programs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We all know that cybersecurity is a team sport in all aspects, and the impact of industry partnership and mentoring have proven to be very, very powerful. Together, we all can foster the growth of communities in cyber professionals and encourage each other for a better industry which is much more advanced. Having a strong network of mentors has definitely helped me in my career, and I want all the attendees listening to us today to get benefited by such programs. And we just talked about one such program that is about to come live very soon. And as DSCI, EWF, and Target comes together to build such program that is specifically catering to the needs of the cybersecurity professional community in India, I would encourage all of you to participate in it in all different roles and capacities for yourselves, your friends, families, your team members, and just take the maximum benefit out of it so that at first we can be much more confident in what we do, and second, most importantly, we help or we play our roles in shrinking the talent gap that we have in the cybersecurity domain. With that, I would give a very big thank you to all my panelists for being here, sharing their thoughts, and working and collaborating together for the benefit of the entire community. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brinda. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Rama.
Thank you, Nidhi.
Thank you.
Thank you.